Ladies and gentlemen, it's day two here at Bloemfontein. We're at the Mangaung Oval, bringing you this play-by-play call of the third and final and deciding A-team test series between the West Indies and South Africa. A game has started yesterday with South Africa completing their innings, being dismissed for 274. The West Indies ended the day on 17 for 1 after 8 overs, which is where the situation is. They currently trail by 257 runs. You see the covers being taken off right on time when game is supposed to start. That's because we've just had a little bit of trickle of showers here in Bloemfontein, which have halted the start of play. But umpire Gasa and umpire Jacobs now set up the stumps, and we should have play set to start at any moment. It'll be Zachary McCaskey and Kirk McKenzie coming in for the West Indians to try and derail South Africa's 274 runs and possibly add on more to it. But the conditions seem really gloomy. It's very windy, and the ball might do a lot of talking. So South Africa will want to capitalize on all of these, but once the game starts, we will know exactly what goes on. We'll be back with you in just 5 more minutes to see the start of this game.
Day number 2, this the third and final and deciding unofficial test match live from the Mangaung Oval. A very good morning to you all, wherever you may be watching from, whether it be from the many islands that form up the West Indies, Australia, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, the United States of America, or if you call Mzansi your home. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me is Mpendulo Makubane. And after a day of action in which South Africa A won the toss and decided they will have a bat, they completed their innings yesterday, right at the conclusion of the day's play, and as such, West Indies came to the wicket with 274 being the deficit, and it was a Dwan Ulafir wicket late in the day. Zubair Hamza taking a catch, diving to his right to get rid of Chandapal. It's Ulafir with the first ball this morning.
Starting off exactly where we had left off yesterday, it is the fact that you must bowl it full. Must bowl this nicely in there, into the nose of the batter. McCaskey currently on 12 runs, who's been on decent run of form. He now needs to face some really harsh music. John Olivier already with the wickets of Shandapur.
Early movement here for Dwan Olivier. Just a reminder that it is an 8 over old ball, and as such, you might suspect that with these two, Dane Patterson and Dwan Olivier, and their experience in county conditions, overhead is overcast today, blustery wind, that they might find fortune early on.
And it's nice here, Dwan Olivier getting the batter to engage with the ball as much as he possibly can. Getting that ball nice and full, nice and straight. McCaskey hasn't been allowed to leave just as yet, which is always nice to do when the game is starting, just to get your mind into it.
Not likely to be conditions that would be familiar or enjoyable for the West Indies batters. Real chance for South Africa to make inroads here. Early on day number 2, and with overnight rain and more forecast today, it has to be moving day on this day 2.
And speaking about conditions that are unfamiliar to both these gentlemen, of course, they both had their debut in first-class cricket this season, starting off in the West Indies Championship. So it's a fast track for them to be here in the West Indies A squad. And they have to, and that's one of the things that was said by the West Indian coaching staff, consisting of Andre Kohli. He said that trying to expose these gentlemen into different conditions, into new conditions that they've never been experienced to in the Caribbean. Of course, the Caribbean pitches not as quick as South African pitches, not as bouncy as South African pitches. And it's all to get them in line with what you'll expect in Australia coming in January. But this is something completely different.
He's pushed into that offside, immediately sets off. That's a good positive start from them this morning. He's got his jumper on, trying to keep him warm during these blustery mornings. But the end of the first over of the day, it's 9 gone, 18 for 1.
It's a good start to that from Dwan Olivier. And the problem is now for the West Indians, the pressure doesn't stop. Because from the opposite end, it's still the very dangerous, also vastly skilled and vastly experienced Dane Patterson who will be coming in. And if you take a look at those figures, they'll tell you everything you need to know. Bowling 4 overs and giving away only 5 runs.
You and I were discussing earlier, before we got underway with the broadcast this morning, that the wicket that Olivier collected yesterday came off the back of a Patterson maiden. And that's really where he's been able to hone in as he's gotten older, as Dane Patterson. He's just been so consistent, line and length. Not many opportunities for guys to put him away.
Playing in his 151st first-class match, he has a fine leg down in the deep. No one else is on the boundary. Big open space between backward point and mid-off, with 3 slips and 1 gully.
He'll encourage the drive early on here, will Dane Patterson, with those 3 slips in place. He won't mind a couple of strokes through that vacant cover region.
And both these batters don't mind hitting the ball as well, both McCaskey and Mackenzie. They like getting into it. Mackenzie averaging just a touch under 30 runs in his fairly new first-class career. Averaging 26 is McCaskey, who's currently on strike. But what we saw from McCaskey last match was that ability to score runs freely, It was that ability to generate strokes where there is none, generate runs where there are none. But it was Dane Patterson who brought his undoing. It was Dane Patterson who firstly stopped his run scoring, put him under pressure, and that allowed for the wicket to come through.
Lovely stroke. Just punched it back past Patterson. It's going to race away down the hill, up the hill rather. And it was so well timed that it didn't even hesitate for a moment. Glorious stroke for 4.
It's a good looking shot that from McCaskey, just over pitched from Patterson. Dwan just casually going to collect that ball. If it was anyone who wasn't the big fast bowler, might have put in a dive to try and stop that.
I don't think South Africa will be too upset with a shot of that nature. It was well executed, and Patterson will know that he's got to just pull his length back a bit. He's bowled those 2 previous deliveries on a much more comfortable length for his captain. And that's exactly where he needs to be, on the money as a follow-up, just whistling over the top of off stump.
Brilliant delivery. Must just keep it there every day of the week. Getting some movement away from the right hand as well. He has the ability to move it both ways, does Dane Patterson. Also has the ability to play around with his lengths very, very well. Supremely skilled player who plays in Division 1 county for Notts. He's here now, bowling to McCaskey.
Oh, that's lovely from Patterson. Lovely from Patterson. Just pushing at that one was McCaskey. And just going on the bounce to bedding him in the gully. So 3 slips in place and the gully backward point. So anything that is rash in terms of shot selection will be set upon. Vacant land as well through that square leg region, but it's going to take a lot of work from McCaskey here. He's got to really dig deep.
It's a very good leave from McCaskey, that very good leave, because it's a good ball from Dane Patterson in order to end the second over of the day. 10 have been completed. West Indies trail by 252 runs. That's all that they'll be looking for today. Survival of the first hour.
Which will just set them on that trajectory of being able to put some impetus into this first innings of theirs. I don't think we'll see them scoring nearly as quickly as the South Africans did on day 1. At one point it was 5.5 to the over. But around 4 for most of the day. And as a result, the wickets tumbling at fairly regular intervals. 2 before lunch, 3 after lunch, and the remaining 3 after the tea interval, with 1 West Indian wicket falling in that short spell towards the end of the day. Round the wicket, Ulafir with 2 slips.
Coming in with a little bit of a sling off in action. Coming around the wickets, wide off the stumps as well. Dwan Olafia starting off a little bit wide, bowling to Mackenzie. Mackenzie facing strike for the first time this morning, the left-hander. But there's protection through the covers for Dwan Olafia, unlike Patterson, which is why there's only 2 slips.
Yeah, Dwan Olafir not able to extract as much out of the air rather as Patterson, and that's why he's got that protection in the cover region. And you'll note at the top of your screens that the gully, there's quite a large gap between second slip and gully, and that's precisely because of that dismissal yesterday of Chanderpaul. Just cramps players up, and then it's the one that goes away that might extract the first wicket of the morning. That's exactly it. he comes very wide on the crease and it just holds its line on its way through. And the South Africans are fired up this morning.
It's because of how he runs in, that wide release point from him, that makes the batter believe that, hey, this ball is going to be coming for my timber. And worse off, the arm is not necessarily being released high up straight. It's coming at a slanted angle as if he's slinging it into it. So that's why Mackenzie seems like he has to play those balls.
Good follow-up delivery, short ball flying in at the head of Mackenzie. And you spoke about slinging in, but it was Jaden Seals this morning during the team photo who looked like he was holding his arm in a sling position, not necessarily having a sling, but really looked uncomfortable after picking up that injury yesterday. He struggled a lot with injuries, has Jaden Seals, and it's frustrating for Windies fans. He's just so talented. That is a glorious delivery. Glorious delivery. And that's, in fact, that's the one that when I called yesterday's wicket, I thought that would have been the one
to take it out.
Yeah, just a lovely length, back of a length delivery, and it would have caught the outside edge. Instead, it was a fuller delivery that had Chanderpaul pushing at it, and his poor run of form comes to an end, or continues rather, as his only score being that of the 70-odd in the previous games.
It's a good move here from Dwanolifia, slowly tweaking himself back into the stumps with a full short ball, going back of a length, and then going fuller trying to target the stumps, but Mackenzie is now having none of it. It's the end of over number 11. It's a maiden from Dwanolifia. Small plays and misses as well from him would boost his confidence. It's 22 for 1.
Long conversation here as they walk away from the screen between Viljoen and Olivia, maybe just sharing some thoughts about where the conditions are this morning and also how best to extract it. Because you might see a short burst this morning, just maybe 5 overs apiece from these two before the introduction of Hardus Viljoen, who's no mean mug with the ball. Did really well with the bat yesterday, but an opportunity for him to do something today. They just pushed away onto the onside. A little bit of a stray there from Dane Patterson as they come back for 2.
Welcomed runs from the West Indians. They'll take them whenever a bowler who is accurate as Dane Patterson just misses his lines just a little bit. That one bowling it a little bit too short onto the hip. There's a mid-wicket in place in Kaya Zondo. But between mid-wicket and the deep fine point, who is standing at around 45 degrees today, there's vacant land that can easily extract 1 and 2s.
Lovely follow-up there. Just a nip away from the right-handed McCaskey. He's on 19, so as this partnership is on 12 at the moment, its responsibility lies solely on him for the time being as Mackenzie finds his way. 19 from 33. Excuse me.
Played some good looking shots yesterday as well, did McCaskey. And today, this morning, following it up with a beautiful straight drive off of Dane Patterson. And what he's showing now is his ability to assess Dane Patterson, leaving it very well. Seems like he's getting a knack of the ball moving away. It's like, okay, this one is not going to be much of a threat to me. Let me let it go.
And that's exactly what long format cricket is about. It's what multi-innings cricket is about. Your ability to judge your off stump and which balls to play at and which to perhaps leave on merit. And knowing exactly as well when you want to be pushing at it, playing hard. Getting in his zone here is McCaskey.
And it's very important. The first hour is always the most important hour of any day's play. It becomes even exaggerated when the weather is the way it is. Extensive cloud cover here in Bloemfontein. Strong gusts of wind. Sleeping last night, it felt as if my car was going to get blown out of the garage. That's how strong the wind is out here in Mangaung Oval. Gets to square up. Zachary McCaskey, David Bedingham is standing at gully.
It's the right delivery. Absolutely the right delivery. It's a test of will, a test of mental strength here for these two West Indian batters. And the question is, how will they respond? Will they go into their shell? Will they just let the South Africans settle in? Or will they eke out a way in which they can see themselves start to build on their total?
Edged it, he's gone! There's no building the partnership here, David, because Neil Brunt, the captain, snatches up the edge from McCaskey off the bowling of Dane Patterson, and again he falls to the magic wand of the Western Province bowler.
It was inevitable with conditions like these favouring the style of bowling that Patterson and Ulafir have been so good at effecting at county level. McCaskey's gone for 19, and early concern here for West Indies. A 24 for 2. How will they respond? Will they come back in it, or will there be a procession of wickets this morning?
With the way that the South Africans are bowling though, David, it seems like the procession has already begun. Nagging lengths right on the stumps, forcing McCaskey and Mackenzie to play at everything, hardly giving them a chance to breathe. Whenever they give them a chance to breathe, that's one that moves away from Dane Patterson, starting it a little bit wider, but this time getting it on the money, pushing it straighter, and that is a bowler's wicket. Nothing that the batter could have done better, and McCaskey is gone for 19. It's brilliant work from Dane Patterson, a brilliant way to end the over as well. The West Indians trail by 250.
How often is the case that a maiden is followed up the next over with a wicket? We saw it yesterday, Patterson putting the dots together before Ulafir reaped the rewards, and it was Ulafir in the previous over who had the opportunity to bowl the maiden, and other than the two at the start of that over, rather a great over from Patterson.
And in comes Kevin Hodge to replace Zachary McCaskey. He's not going to be at the strikers, the diminutive right-hander. It is Mackenzie who's going to be taking the strike off Dwan Olifia.
It's a phenomenal delivery to begin, and you can see there's clearly a plan here. He's changed to over the wicket to Mackenzie instead of coming around as he did in the previous over, looking to maybe just push it across the left-hander, and then that one that just stays on length will hopefully trap the left-hander in the middle of nowhere. Really, footwork is going to be vital for him to weather this storm. That was a bit of fancy footwork as the back foot came through completely. Deficit 250, and it can seem almost double that when you're facing these two in conditions that are incredibly favourable to them, even though they are somewhat foreign to South African summer cricket.
100%. 100%. Any bowler knows when the conditions suit them, and they know exactly what it is to do, which is exactly what Dwan Olifia is doing here.
That's the one. Just leave it alone. Don't engage with it.
It's going to be an incredibly important spell of batting here between McCaskey and Hodge, because don't want to be just trying to score and trying to hit everything that comes. Right now, it's understanding that your team is in the back foot. What do we do to survive and take out the sting from these two bowlers? It seems like that's all they need to do. Look to get both Olifia and Patterson to bowl into the areas that the batters like to bat. And like you said, with the changing of strategy and him pushing the ball across, looking to draw that drive, looking to engage the very wide slips, it's important that he understands that most deliveries will be coming like that, so he must be patient.
Yeah, and this spell won't last forever. Whether Rohan de Swart and Hardus Viljoen will be able to maintain that just remains to be seen. And that's exactly what you need, is that one that comes in or straightens, catching the outside edge. They'll get 2 for it, but South Africa, no disappointment on them, evidenced by the applause from Neil Brandt.
That's a serious delivery, that from Duan Olifea, because he sets it up very well in order to bowl that ball, bowling it wide, pitching it on the off stump, moving it across for 4 deliveries in a row, and then the last one, pulling the length back firstly, which is the most important thing, to give the ball time after it pitches, and then straightening it as well. Because McCaskey is so used to the ball moving away, with the ball straightening, just got him crazy.
Yeah, not really certain of where he wanted to play that one. And now you see he comes quite far across, evidenced by the fact that his leg stump is fully visible, but the end of unlucky number 13 perhaps for some, but it's just 2 runs coming from it. It's 26 for 2.
The unlucky sum is indeed Makowski, who got a jaffa. Got himself dismissed. That deficit now at 248 runs. Just 25 minutes into the game's play. Remember, 12 o'clock is where we're going to have our first session break for lunch, and then 20 minutes to 3 o'clock local time is again where we have our second break on the sessions. But Dane Patterson looking to make the break in an innings, the one that comes before the lunch.
Yeah, you would have seen Neil Brandt and Duan Olifea, who's now at mid-on, just at the top left-hand corner of your screen. Just having a conversation after the end of the over. Do you want another one? Do you feel like you're up for it? I think rotation of bowlers is going to be vital here. And how he uses his fast bowlers in particular. No real spinner.
Don't need a spinner if your fast bowlers are bowling like that.
Just dropping short of gully there.
Dane Patterson is just on the money. He's not letting them breathe. Even the boundary that he conceded, which was a glorious straight drive from McCaskey, wasn't a bad ball in the sequence of deliveries that he is bowling. So he continues with that nagging accuracy. He's had a phenomenal start to this tour. From East London, he comes here at Buffalo Park, Mangaung Oval, and he bowls this one to come back into the right-hander.
And that pressure is certainly buoying the South Africans. There's a lot of chatter out there. No real chirping as yet, or I don't think it goes as far as sledging, but the encouraging of their bowler, knowing that having picked up a wicket this morning, there could be 1 or 2 in the offing. And will second slip or first slip here be in the chance? No, defended well, and that goes out square.
Bats has a bigger chance of stopping ones which are directly straight at the stumps. Of course, batters at this level, or batters at any level, the first thing that you are taught to do is to defend your stumps. You can't score runs if your stumps are out of the ground. So anything that comes straight is much easier pickings. That's why it's so important to the bowlers to make the batters question, do you know where your stumps are? The stumps start on that off stump. The height of the stumps is the bail. So the best way to ask that question is the top of that furthest stump.
Leaving, but that one went quite far in. I mean, Fontaine taking that well inside his left hip, showing that where he is placed is perfectly positioned to catch the edge, but when it does nip back that much this early in the day, you almost sense that there could be another wicket here.
Thing is, the way that ball moved with that leave, the chances are Hodge will definitely play at this ball regard, unless if it's too far wide. That's exactly what he does. It's an amazing setup from Dane Patterson. He had no choice but to play at that one, and Patterson backing up the previous delivery with an even better one. An edge nabbed, and it's Bloemfontein who does the job.
He's gone for a duck. 5 deliveries was all he could muster, and as you said, he knew exactly what he wanted to do, did Dane Patterson. South Africa on the romp this morning. 13.5 overs done. It is 26 for 3.
Dane Patterson definitely visited his banker today because he has all the money balls in his pockets, dishing them out, ball after delivery after delivery, and the dispatch unit of the West Indians simply cannot manage with all that is being brought by the South Africans. It's 3 wickets down now. It's 26 in the bag with the deficit on 248.
Yeah, we said it was going to be a difficult day for the West Indies batters. After a long day out in the sun yesterday, 33 degrees for most of the day, almost all the way until the close of play, and humid as well. It's almost as if the weather turned the page and said, well, we've had one season now, let's mix it up and give you something else. Quite a lot of thunder and lightning, a bit of rain as well overnight, so maybe offering some moisture out of the surface. And as you said, the master puppeteer, just controlling the strings here. 151st first class game, and he's just been first class since he came on to bowl this morning.
He's absolutely destructive, Dane Patterson. It's destruction that isn't brutal. It's a sweet, subtle destruction that chips on you piece by piece. And in comes the debutant. He got a huge clap. Got a huge clap in the morning when he was walking in. When the match started yesterday, getting his West Indies A cap. Jordan Johnson. He's in now. A lot of excitement around Jordan Johnson. Under 19 international. Come in to replace Kevlin Anderson, who's another exciting talent for the West Indians.
What a lovely follow. This is exceptional fast bowling from the South Africans this morning. It may not be express pace, but boy oh boy, is it a masterclass in skill. Deficit 248, it's 14 gone, 26 for 3.
Even the energy levels in your voice, David, are starting to pump up because of what these gentlemen are doing. Even my energy levels are pumping up. If you're a West Indian, they definitely are not pumping up. Maybe they should, because if they do get dismissed today, it means that the West Indians will also have a chance to bowl in these wonderful conditions. But the problem is, they first need to ensure that they get that deficit to below 150, because in 4-day cricket, that follow-on score is 150. So if they fail to reduce that deficit to below 150, South Africa have the option to ask them to bat again.
And you might suspect, with conditions being what they are, South Africa would select that opportunity, bowl again at them, and particularly with a rain-interrupted, threatened second half to the day. If South Africa can wrap up this innings perhaps just after lunch and sneak 1 or 2 before the forecast rain, I think they'll feel like they're in with a chance here, especially since Friday is looking like a glorious day, but 92% on Thursday.
And that's the thing with the day-to-day not looking to be a full day. And if we do get any chance of cricket tomorrow with that huge chance of precipitation, you still want to be the team with the ball in hand if you do get an hour or 2 of play on day 3. So if South Africa really are able to wrap this up today and get West Indies back into batting again, it's going to be a really good setup for the final day.
Then again, you see he comes very wide of the crease, angling it in. And an unconvincing shot, but nevertheless it allows Mackenzie to get to the other end, and he's on 5 now with just halfway done in the over.
He's going to be bowling now to Jordan Johnson, who's walking in. left-hander to left-hander that Duan Olivier is bowling in, which will make his job much better, make the job of Dane Patterson much better as well, knowing that you can just keep it in a consistent area on and on. And Duan Olivier are bowling so well, David, that they've now employed the third slip into his cordon.
Especially with him coming around the wicket, hitting the bat hard. They know that the opportunity to pouch another catch behind the stumps is all the more evident. You would suspect that this could be the last over from Olivier this morning. 1 for 16, picking up the solitary wicket last night. It's been his partner in crime that has reaped the rewards, but you don't bowl in isolation, and this is where the South African A team have been so good this morning.
In the air, momentarily a thick leading edge out of the bat of Johnson. The ball flies past the man at backward point, Reinhard van Donder. It's actually very far to his right, and he couldn't even dive to try and catch that, so he just went to fetch it and retrieve it a couple of meters before the boundary. And that's how the young man, Jordan Johnson, gets his first-class runs.
Yeah, sketchy runs nevertheless. Doesn't matter how you get them as long as the scorecard says that you have runs to your name. And, this is almost the type of conditions as well that you might expect, if not in the UK, in Gqeberha at St George's Park or Buffalo Park, as we just excuse me, have a brief intermission before Johnson to get out of the way. Maybe not happy with the wind blowing in his face as it is.
Interestingly enough, though, if you speak about conditions looking like England, this is very much like New Zealand. Ball not reaching and carrying. Neil Brunt just deceiving us.
Taken an edge there, and on the bounce to Brunt. It was such a cork-over delivery. It's just magic. Great stuff there from Olivier and co. And at the end of 15, it's 29 for 3. That will give some encouragement to the South African selectors, because if Duan Olivier is going to go to New Zealand, if he's going to be on that plane to the land of the long white cloud, his ability to excel in conditions not too dissimilar to this will give them that confidence to say he's the right man to take with.
100%, 130%. And I like the fact that the tracks that have been created here by Cricket South Africa throughout the three venues give both the bat and the ball chance to play. You come to Mangaung Oval and you're like, oh, road, runs. And here we are with a magnificent cricket, 4-day cricket track, which really prides on discipline for both bat and ball.
Round the wicket to begin this new Patterson over. 3 slips and a gully in place. And I'm hoping that Mackenzie can be just patient. You know, we've seen 1 or 2 wayward deliveries from Patterson this morning. And that's the nature of 4-day cricket. You know, perhaps at younger age groups like Colts or even franchise cricket, you'll get 3 bad deliveries. At A cricket, you'll get 2 bad deliveries. And when you go up to that test cricket level, it's 1 every 2 overs at best. So patience, mental strength is going to be key.
And the thing is, it goes to both the batter and the bowler. Such of those conversations, David, are always brought out to the batter because the value of the wickets is so high. Be patient, know your scoring areas, defend good balls, leave ones that aren't attacking your stumps and aren't a threat. But for a bowler as well, when a batter is employing those thought processes into their game, it asks the bowler also to be patient. It asks for the bowler to keep consistent in one line and don't go straying and searching. And it doesn't surge, does Patterson. It just goes straighter and straighter, and it speaks to the point. First 2 deliveries wide, and Mackenzie easily letting them go, forcing Dane Patterson to try something to get the bats working, and he bowls it a little bit too straight for a 1.
hopefully Mihlali Mpongwana as well is having a look at these lines that these two have bowled this morning, with Patterson over the wicket now. Hopefully him and Hardas Viljoen can continue the glorious nature with which these two have wielded the nut. Early on here, on day 2, 30 for 3. 2 wickets falling very cheaply this morning. And the one that did fall last night was also quite a disappointing outing with the bat. In much more favourable conditions for a West Indian batter, you would expect.
And it seemed, if you go take that wicket of Chandopal, it looked like a drivable delivery. It looked like one that you can get away. And that's the trap of Dwan Olifia that he set. It wasn't the ball.
Driving hard there, wide of Viljoen, who's going to have to put on his skates here to get that one. And with the size of the outfield, 3 is in the offing.
It's also not helping with all of this wind that's blowing around. It is blowing from all directions.
It's almost swirling that New Zealand type cake tin, if you will. It's blustery. It's not a constant breeze. It's hitting hard. You might hear the door slam here, even though it's closed. It'll be open and close. And there also sounds like there's a little bit of rain on our glass here, round the wicket, Patterson.
That is a problem. And that is a big problem for the West Indians. That looked plumber than the ripest fruit on the tree. Coming into the left-hander, beating the inside edge. And even from here, David, you were raising your finger.
Yeah, it was a foregone conclusion if you could see the angle that we have. We're very fortunate to be just behind the wicketkeeper, if you will, so not directly behind the stumps, but to one side. You wonder, with the rain now collecting, as you can see on our image as well on the camera, that it might be time now for the umpires to summon the covers. Remember, play didn't get underway exactly at 10 o'clock this morning, at about 5 past to 10 past. But the umpires don't seem too bothered about the conditions, but it has been all South Africa this morning. Lovely, lovely, lovely to watch. And if you're a West Indian fan, with De Silva struggling as he had, you might feel that this could be a procession this morning.
All good. Trouble for the West Indians. 4 wickets gone. 3 in this morning, all through the wizardry of Dane Patterson. But they are working in partnerships here with Dwan Olifia, because it's not as if Dwan Olifia is letting anything loose on the opposite side. And we were thinking, how many overs are they going to get this morning? Both this opening pair has bowled 4 each. Why would you want them to stop?
No, certainly not. Well, if you're getting another go at it, round the wicket. And that's not unhappy times for the South Africans. We've spoken about the pair doing well. And Udafir, 18 runs so far from his 8.1. And Patterson, 3 for 15. The South African opening pair here, not only effective in striking, but also to keep the West Indian batters in their shells. Trying to hit out in anger there is Johnson. Maybe the exuberance of youth getting the better of him.
It's going to be so difficult for him to get his head into the game. He's only playing his 9th professional match. 8 List A matches, so those are 50 over matches. He's played 8 of those, and this is his first class match. And what a test it is to face two test-level bowlers in Dwan Olivia and in Dane Patterson.
Bit of sun sneaking out there. Maybe a brief break in the clouds. Pulled hard, up and over. And that's going to bounce a couple of times for 4. A shot in anger, but much welcomed runs for this West Indian side.
If you're going to take it on with conviction. Don't go half-heartedly. Don't try and present opportunities, because there is that mid-wicket that he took on. Ball going over him, and it goes for that 4. It's the second boundary of the day. And that's what we were talking about the patience for the bowler being bored in one area. Dwan Olivia has been doing a phenomenal job, though his work hasn't reaped rewards today. It's reaping rewards for his country.
Oh, that one's cut him in half. Bit of sponge-like bounce. And it's one that Olivia will be happy with. A bit of a shadow shot there from Johnson. I don't think he could have expected to play that off the back foot at that length.
Would have been big problems if that particular ball was straight at the stumps, because there's no way he would have dropped himself low enough to keep it out. So Dwan Olivia might look to straighten this one a little bit, because his last 2 balls haven't been the best.
That's much better. On the front foot from Johnson. And still in the stages of understanding his own game at this professional level. So, as you said, a test from these 2 bowlers. And really, his own journey is blossoming. And Olivia is going to come over the wicket now, perhaps to go across the left-hander. He'll come tight to the stumps. Maybe try and angle it towards those 3 slips. 1 ball remaining in the over. Could there be late drama here in this over? Just a 4 from it thus far. Hit up through the covers. There's no one there, so no real concern for Johnson. There's 2 boundaries in the over. There was a bit of drama, but not in favour of the South Africans. It's 17 gone. It's 41 now for the loss of 4.
Unscared, unworried, unbothered. Take it on as it comes. The fearlessness of youth is what we are seeing here from Jordan Johnson. And just speaking of his first class games, it's his first, but he does have a pair of under 19 test matches. The last one he played was against the Sri Lankans under 19s. And in that particular match where Sri Lanka won, this man that we are watching here scored 52 in the first innings and 150 in the second innings.
Yeah, just a bit of wayward there from Patterson. Onto the hips of De Silva, and he can jog away for his first runs of the day. And if there was an opportunity for a captain's knock, you might expect it to come from Joshua De Silva. But he hasn't had the best time with batting hand.
Indeed, but what we've seen, because you got me on such an excited point, that the fact that in this particular innings, being defensive and playing in your shell is not the way to go, especially with these guys bowling how they are.
Just leaves that one through the keeper. And the question you might play as a sort of devil's advocate is, live by the sword, die by the sword. We saw that with Zubair Hamza yesterday, and very unhappy with his own dismissal. Nevertheless, stroke making is what was his undoing. So there could be an argument for both, because if you allow these South African bowlers to settle in, and one after the other they're bowling in a comfortable line and length, you're going to find yourself in a position where you're not really moving the game along, and then you're almost playing for a draw at that point.
And the thing is, you can't bet on saying I'm going to wait the overs out and see if there's going to be a change, because
there might not be.
Exactly. At this level, you can bowl 10 overs, you can bowl 12 overs on the trot. You're still fresh, it's not sunny, it's actually favorable to bowl. So you can't back on that. Have to find a way to push the score.
And crucially for the South Africans, is there's a bit of a fumbling from Kazonda to let them through for a single. As you can see, there's a beginning of footmarks outside that left-hander's off stump, and with the spinners having done so well in the first innings for the West Indies, you don't want, as a South African, to have them bowling fourth on this wicket. So in order for the South Africans to extract a victory here, if there is going to be one with most of day 3 likely to be rained out, it has to be through the follow-on, because if, with the number of left-handers that South Africa does have, if those spinners get a hold of it, it could be high drama. What a glorious stroke. On one knee, and Johnson has smashed it over the head of Hardisviljoen, and they'll come back leisurely in the end for 3. And that's exactly what you've called for, is a little bit of positive cricket, a little bit of intent, not necessarily aggression. But I don't think the South Africans would mind either, because if one outside edge goes with 3 slips waiting, you could be on the money. But this is exactly what you want, is a fine, even contest.
At the end of the day also, David, remember that the West Indians are playing with 10 batters right now. Jayden Seales is unable to move his right arm at all. We saw when he was taking pictures, it was completely stationary, so we don't expect to see number 33, Jayden Seales, batting. And with that being said now, you've lost your entire top 4 in Chandrapur, McCaskey, McKenzie and Hodge. Apart from these 2 batting now, you basically have Sinclair, who's your last notable batter, and Akeem Jordan can smash it a little bit, but your man is now Sinclair and these 2. But we see the end of over number 18, the West Indies trailing by 227.
Don't forget that you are also the third voice in commentary with us, as we bring you this, the day number 2 of the 3rd unofficial test. Olivier will continue from the pavilion end, and we value your comments, your insight, and your conversations that you're having, educating those who are perhaps not sure about the subtle nature of 4-day cricket and the ramifications therein. Now a 3rd slip being dispensed, and Kazonda, who was at a mid-wicket region, now going to deep square. Mid-on comes a little bit closer. Will we see this, the final over, presumably from Olivier, to be a barrage of short pitch stuff, deep point out as well? Pitched up in a nail-biting opportunity, nearly getting a hand to it, did Olivier.
Thing is, on top of that, you might be looking and thinking, yeah, short ball barrage, but there's also Ruan de Swart, who's standing just outside of your screen at short extra cover. He's standing 2 pitches away from the strip that we are playing on right now, which means that one of those balls that can pop up, well, he's stepped back a little bit further now, but one of those balls where he's looking to drive.
Yeah, mistimed shot, mistimed punch. He wafted that one, and that's exactly why they've got the deep point, but also exactly why they've got that man close in the catch and cover region. Just needs a toe end to pop up to the man there.
Neil Brunt needs to out captain Jordan Johnson here. Jordan Johnson is just 18 years old. He's turning 19 in April. Very young lad, born in 2005.
Glorious delivery. Just hung it up there, did Olivier, beating Johnson there, and that's exactly what you asked for. Out-captain him.
He has to feel the pressure of what first-class cricket is about at the level of players looking to play for their national team just around the corner. All of these guys are conditioning themselves mentally and physically and critically, as in cricket, Ali, in order to play at the highest level. So Johnson here will have to face the music.
Oh, that took all the effort in the world not to edge it. He just hung his bat out there, trying to defend, trying to square himself up to try and cover that there, and he's nearly taken the edge. I thought there was a faint whiff, and that's why I said he's done all the hard work and then gotten out, but that may yet come.
Look at, you're calling it, it seems. You're asking it to come. Because now Dwan Olifia is bowling that line that is not easy to get away, that risks you getting that edge.
You've almost got to come across your stumps and punch it through that cover region. But the moment you do, what Olifir will do is he'll have that ball that comes back at you, which means you could either miss it completely and your off stump is disappeared, is dispensed with rather, and the other one is that leg before wicket. Even though he is coming over the wicket to the left-hander, if he just gets one that holds its line, doesn't go across the left-hander, umpire Gassa might be asked the all-important question. Last ball of Olifir's 10th. Goodness me, just a bit of a way nip there. It looked, if you were watching on stream with us, that it could have taken the edge, but it was an absolutely glorious delivery. It did too much. Too good for him at the end of 19. It's 49 for 4.
It's good bowling that from Dwan Olifia. Now putting the test to the young man who's 18 years old. He's a free scoring batter, is Jordan Johnson. We were reading the comments yesterday. One of our viewers by the name of King was saying that's the man you should watch out for. And if we do look at what he's doing, I speak of that under-19 test match series against Sri Lanka, and we understand it is under-19, but it's the closest you can get to long formats at a high level for a man at his age. Scoring 157 from 160 deliveries.
It's almost runnable stuff. Another over from Patterson begins from the Loch Logan end, and vitally for him to not get ahead of himself, De Silva's got to be the guiding partner here. He's got to be the one to just shepherd the young Johnson.
Has to, but also at the same time, you don't want a player like him to be into his shell, Johnson. You want him to play the cricket that got him to this level. So it's going to be a fine balancing act from the young man.
Oh, he's beaten the bat again. De Silva has been absolutely done for.
It's a pity. Silva seems to have a problem of playing the ball inside his line. From the 3 of the 4 dismissals that he has faced, he's always playing the ball inside the line of the ball. That's how he got bowled by Viljoen. That's how he got stumped by Neil Brunt, spinning the ball away from him because he's playing it inwards. He was beaten by the outside edge of Viljoen, off stump castled. He was beaten by the off stump with the wrong one from Pete.
Again, he comes across and tries to play that awkward squash into the ground, and Patterson, knowing what may come, if there's just a small margin of error from Joshua De Silva, as we are bathed in sunshine. It's been all cloudy this morning, grim and glum.
Grim and glum is what you'd speak of the West Indians' innings so far, because South Africa have been the ones controlling the weather. They've been the one pouring the rain of wickets.
Oh, across him, on the bounce to Bellingham. Squared him up again. Squaring him up again. This is exactly what the South African A would want. Suddenly the sunshine comes out, and Patterson shining a light on the shortcomings of De Silva's batting, and this is something that will concern West Indian fans, with De Silva being almost the incumbent when it comes to wicket keeping for the men from the Caribbean.
100%, especially without Shane Dowrich. But the issue right now in this game is that Patterson moving the ball away from a back of a length.
Oh, he's just wafted that again, and De Silva again is upset with himself, and rightfully so. There's one ball remaining in it, and he knows he should have let that go. You can just see that on your screen. Shadow batting, shouldering arms. That's what he needed to do. But he's just been lured in. It's like a game of cat and mouse. Tom and Jerry would eat their heart out.
The thing is, with the ball moving away from Da Silva and him playing inside of the line of the ball, he really is exposing that outside edge to those three slips and the gully constantly. That is what Dane Patterson is looking to extract with the last ball of the 20th.
Come well across his stumps there, and that's what he's needed to do as he works this way to that deep square region to get through for two. So he will remain at the non-striker's end, and after the first hour of play this morning, we'll have a drink, and West Indies A have brought up their 50 from just 120 deliveries, 5 fours. So time for a drink on our side, and we'll be back with you in just a moment.
Harjas Viljoen. Here he is, David. Big, bulky, former rugby player turned cricket player. He's looking to bully the West Indies bowling lineup. Batting lineup, rather.
Absolutely, and with Johnson going at a frantic pace here, there could be some fireworks. Round the wicket, into the ribs there, and he just tucks that onto the onside. Harjas Viljoen likes to have a word with a couple of the youngsters. I mentioned it yesterday, that conversation that he had with another Maroon man, Mikhail Prince, who went on to score a phenomenal 150 in that game with the Rocks, where Harjas Viljoen now plies his trade.
I think then he must be careful how he says what he says, because the last time Johnson did play any form of red ball cricket, he was striking that ball. He seems comfortable striking at 19 from 20, but Viljoen bowls to De Silva.
And this is exactly what the South African A bowlers would want. They'd rather bowl to De Silva. There was some real discomfort for him facing Patterson in that last over.
Looked extremely gingerly as well, with the ball moving around, especially off that back of a length. And with him trying to squeeze the ball out onto the leg side, De Silva, that last ball, we saw him shimmying right across to the fourth stump, just to negate that movement. Harjas Viljoen against him here started off straight though.
That's a glorious delivery. He's pitched it up there, got De Silva wafting at it, and De Silva's really stretching for that one. There's no real footwork, not getting to the pitch of the ball. And as a wicketkeeper in the modern game, you're not really allowed to get away with being a average to below par batter. You have to do the job with the bat. And if you're wondering where that all shifted, well, you have to blame Adam Gilchrist. South Africa spoiled with good wicketkeeper batsmen in the last while. This one is a little bit straighter from Viljoen, so a bit of a contrast there.
And big chats on that wicketkeeper tour, because the squads were selected for the India tour. You see, Heinrich Klaasen has been selected phenomenal with the white ball throughout the course of the year, from the SA20 right up until the World Cup. You have Kyle Verreynne, who just scored 150 for Western Province and backed it up with another 50, and out falls Ryan Rickleton. So those are three quality keeper batters, and add on the fact that Quinton de Kock has left the scene, so it shows the depth in our batting and wicket keeping department, considering the fact that there's also a Clyde Fortain who's absolutely been brilliant throughout the course of the series.
Make no mistake, South Africa have also selected Tristan Stubbs in that group because they feel that his value with the gloves could definitely see him being a wicketkeeper. Whether or not he's fit to keep for 5 days remains to be seen. And an exclamation shout there from the South Africans. Good positive start from Viljoen. He collects just one from the over, and after 21 and the first over after drinks, it's 52 for the loss of 4.
More often than not, you'd see the wicket fall after a drinks break, but keeping it strong here, the West Indians, as Dane Patterson continues with his job.
Dwan Olivier was all too happy to extend his drinks break, perhaps for a comfort break. And he's now once again back on the park. Trying to see who was on the park for him. Keegan Peterson lifting his hat and thanks for those who sarcastically clapped as he came off. Must be his wife and kids. It's an odd shot there as Patterson begins another over. So South Africa continuing with the success that Patterson has had. He's picked up 3 wickets this morning in his spell. This will be the 6th over that he bowls on the trot. And an awkward shot there from Johnson. He really had to collapse in the shot.
Strong captaincy here from Neil Brandt, and strong will from Dane Patterson to continue bowling as well in his 6th over of the morning, because he has looked like a terrible threat as Neil Brandt asks Dane Patterson to come around the wicket. Surely there is a plan that they are working on here.
just leaves that one alone. So round the wickets to the left-hander. And the South Africans have been good in utilising over the wicket, round the wicket. It was a bit of a contrast yesterday because we saw Lewis really struggling. He bowled a couple of deliveries over the wicket, and there was at one point 3 no balls in a row. 3 out of the 5 coming in 1 over. 3 out of his 5 rather. And 9 no balls yesterday. Tried to come around the wicket and it didn't make the difference. And this is the brilliant experience of the South Africans. And just punches that off the back foot. It's a wait for half a second, but that'll race away to the boundary. Lovely shot, up on his toes, and the young Johnson goes to his 20s, 56 for 4.
How good is that timing, though? How beautiful is that? Ball wide outside that off stump. It seems as if he just deflected the ball off his bat, and it raced past Kaya Zondo, and it's a massive boundary on the offside for the left-hander, and it got to the boundary without a flinch. They trail by 218 runs now. And I must say, the most impressive thing about this bowling from South Africa is that they haven't bowled a single extra.
It's a contrast from, as I mentioned, 9 no balls from the West Indies yesterday. And on day 1 of a game, how that allowed the South Africans to really continue their motoring along with 5 runs to the over at 5.5 at one point. Towards the end of the innings, it was about 4.4. This morning, though, it's been 2.6 from the West Indies A side, and that's par for this type of cricket. South Africa foot on the gas, but it resulted in wickets falling with regular intervals. Pulled onto the onside. There's a man out there trying to bounce him out here. But vitally for Patterson, he gets the opportunity, one delivery, to try and extract the West Indies A captain. He's struggled delivery after delivery. You wonder if perhaps that might have been a little bit of a freebie to get the West Indian captain on strike, just for one delivery.
Dane Patterson is trying to use the idea of Johnson on the attack. Believe he's trying to make him play a big one down to the deep square leg for a catch. That's how he removed 62 McCuskey the first match.
Outside edge, gone! And that's it. He only needed one delivery. He had continued trouble, did De Silva. Fished at it. Didn't take the edge. And Patterson gets his man. And we are halfway through this West Indies lineup with only 57 on the board. That's the end of De Silva. He's gone for 5 off his time at the wicket. 17 deliveries and only half an hour. Oh dear.
It was a difficult half an hour that he had to face. Dane Patterson was on the money from the jump, and maybe he did bowl that short ball to get the captain on strike. But it's not a memorable series for Joshua De Silva. This was his time to make a mark as the team prepares to go to Australia, especially with the West Indies not having Shane Downridge anymore. And without Shane Downridge, who is going to be the wicket keeper now for the West Indians? Love to hear your comments, especially you Caribbean Cricket Podcast who are joining us in the comments section. Because Thomas Miller is also saying that De Silva's not looking in good touch here.
Well, good morning to the Caribbean Cricket Podcast and any viewers that may be joining us very early in the morning, presumably there. It's 11:15 here in South Africa, but it's been all Dane Patterson, 4 wickets to his name. And the partnership with Dwan Olivier and now Hardus Viljoen proving great fruit. Do you keep him going?
Keep him going until he breaks down, David. Here, I would bowl him until the end of the session if he's able to bowl until the end of the session. Proactive captaincy from Neil Brunt and strong fight from Dane Patterson. This is what you want from your fast bowler. Remember,
your senior fast bowler as well. Yeah.
Exactly. You want him to keep rallying for your team.
Well, that's wayward from Viljoen. diving from Fontaine. There was nothing he could do. In vain, he stretched and threw himself across the ground. And it's the right idea from Hardas Viljoen, but it's just the execution didn't work in the way he would like.
I've only missed 2 days of this entire series, and in those 2 days it was South Africa batting. But in all the time they were bowling, this is only the second time I've seen the ball fly past Clyde Fontaine for 4 byes, and it is of Hardas Viljoen again.
That's exactly the line, Ned. That's precisely where he wanted to execute. Gets his body behind the ball, does Johnson. A lone fighter here. And you were talking about rallying around your bowlers, or your captain rather, but this is now the opportunity for Sinclair to rally around Johnson, because he's got the fifer in the first innings, did Sinclair, but now the hooping man has to do a lot with the hooping ball. Struck in front, loud shout, and going down the leg side, you would suspect. Half-hearted shout from the South Africans, a perhaps hopeful one, and umpire Sipilele Gasa says not out as he nods towards Ulufir, who's at the bottom right of your screen at mid-off, and suggesting, has that gone down the leg side, sir?
So as it stands here, the West Indians have both Johnson and Sinclair on strike, who are both the most proactive batters for the West Indians, one of the freer strikers off the ball. And when we speak of the job that Sinclair has on his hands, he was dropped on 38 in Benoni, and it was the most expensive drop because he ended up scoring the masterful 80 runs that converted the victory for the West Indians. And it's not just that he was batting, he was batting with Jay McAllister, the number last batter, showing that he can motivate his batter, he can calm them down, and he can bat with a tail and with a professional batter too.
Pushed hard at, and it'll beat the man who's in the ring, Reiner van Tonder, but cleaned up nicely in the end, rather by Rowan de Swart, beaten, and then van Tonder does the follow-up work. And Patterson getting his steps in at the top of your screen, just briefly in and out as he runs from third man, or fine leg to fine leg. Obviously very different for the two left-handed, the left-handed and right-handed batters, alternating.
A new test that they must deal with here, the South Africans. They didn't have to deal with it much with McCaskey, with McKenzie, who was the left-hander, didn't last too long. Paul didn't last too long.
Pitched up right in the block hole there and defended out. And that's the end of Viljoen's second. Just another single from his over. 2 from 2 is what they've scored off of him. 23 gone, and it's 62 for 5.
Kevin Sinclair just facing his first delivery due to the dismissal of Joshua Da Silva, who is main wicketkeeper though for the West Indies, and posed a question 2 overs ago, who will replace him without Shane Downridge there? And I see the comments talking about Shea Hope, who might be the hope for the wicketkeeper gloves of the West Indies. The question is, which wants to have a Shea Hope keeping test match crickets, like taking a Tristan Stubbs and putting him there
round the wicket. That was just squeezed out onto the offside, and it means that once again the new man is having to face up, or rather that's first runs for Sinclair, or was it Johnson? No, it's Johnson who got that one. So it is now an opportunity for Sinclair to get off the mark, but an opportunity as well for Patterson to continue his route and possibly get a fifer before lunch here, which is not something that the West Indian fans would have wanted at all.
And the thing is, it's not a far-fetched idea that he can get that fifer before this session ends. Sinclair has lost his delivery, his wicket twice to LBW, with the ball moving into him, thudding the pads.
What a delivery that you give the chef's kiss to. Just pushing hard at that. You mentioned that he's been dismissed, LBW, but that one was an absolute perler. That's Dane Patterson this morning for you. Just came out And I like that famous cereal brand. He got it all this morning. Coming out here, making sure that he's done the job for the South Africans, picking up 4 wickets for 29 runs in this, his 12th over. Trying to get a foot across there, did Sinclair. Trying to cover his off stump, get his body behind the line of it, but he's just pushing at it. Patterson only needed one delivery to dismiss Joshua De Silva. But this is lovely to watch, even if you are a neutral. 3 slips in place, a gully backward point, huge amounts of acreage between point and mid-off. He'll be eyeing that up, Will Sinclair. But that's exactly what Patterson wants. Will he play into the web that Patterson has woven this morning? Another delivery. It's too good from Patterson. It's too good to extract the edge.
It's to fight that outside edge of Sinclair's not having a fun time right now. Just keeps on hearing the whiffing of the ball as Sinclair goes to do some gardening. He's dangerous on that outside off stump at the back of a length. It's how he sets up Joshua De Silva time and time again, squaring him up with eventually walking across the stumps, trying to negate it. That's how he was able to get that wicket with just one ball, because he continued with his work. Sinclair here has to be careful for one that will come back in.
Push hard, and it's a drop catch. Diving attempt there. He threw his body across the second slip. Zubair Hamza would have taken what you would expect to be a regulation comfortable catch at chest height. Third slip going across him there and disturbing him. Rwanda Swart wanting to take that one, extracting the edge, as you were saying, was going to be the case. South Africa A, will they rue that missed opportunity?
Oh, second slip.
And the follow-up is a punch down the ground. It beats the man at mid-off. Mpongwana's had to dive and then turn and collect it. They'll get 3 comfortably in the end. A bit of a frustration after the outside edge is taken. End of 12 for Patterson. End of 24 for South Africa A. It's 66 for 5. What an anticlimax to that over.
Rwanda Swart will be beating himself up because he chose to dive to his left even. No, when you coach, dive to your right, let the man on your left do what he needs to do.
Hardus Viljoen will begin his third over. He's been silent with the runs, barring that wayward delivery, the buys down the leg side. This one is a nice length to begin, banging it into the wicket. And you mentioned that he is a rugby player. He's the kind of guy that has a strong torso, big chest, and he really hits the deck hard.
The thing is, he steams in over and over again. Known to hit a back of a length hard, but they have 3 slips, they have a gully, they have that backward point as well.
Fuller length this time, full length delivery this time, and that squeezes between his legs down to fine leg, and good running as well to collect the second.
And that's the length that the field is asking Hardus Viljoen to actually bowl here. To bowl it nice and much fuller, draw that front foot in, and with him banging the pitch so hard, banging the ball in at that full length, is so dangerous to deal with. It's so weird to deal with because very few bowlers are able to do that.
Pushing hard at this one. That just goes to Mpongwana, just off of your screen. There's a lot of shadow batting here. A lot of thoughts going through the mind of Sinclair. He did so well with the ball yesterday, but now it has to be his opportunity to do something with the bat.
The quickest of the South African bowlers here, Hartus Viljoen, really hits the deck hard. He hits the pitch hard. He looks to hit the non-strikers stumps hard, but he makes it home, does Johnson. And with that, people talking about Dane Patterson's almost 5-wicket haul. When you're bowling really well and you're hitting the deck hard and you're bowling at good areas, troubling the batters, your deliveries always look quicker than what they are. But Patterson is actually the third fastest bowler in this team.
Pitched up and over the top. It'll be 1-2 bounces over the boundary, taking on the fast bowler, and kicking the dust is Rowan de Swart, because he knows his drop catch has allowed the West Indies A batter to get away with that glorious stroke there.
Wonderful shots, using the pace of Hartus Viljoen against him, using it to his favour actually. Hitting it over the top. Brave shots from Sinclair, but if there's one thing we do know about the young 24-year-old is that he is stack-piled with bravery.
Ball swinging, he just gets on his toes and drops that away. Crucially, gets the single to conclude the over. A little bit more expensive from Viljoen there. There's 7 coming from that one, and this partnership with 16. 25 gone, 73 for 5.
Of course, as Neil Brunt, it seems like carrying on with Dane Patterson would be a good idea. Remember, there's still Mihlali Mpongwana who can bowl. There's still Rowan de Swart who can bowl, and Neil Brunt as well who can bowl. So you have 2 seamers, and you also have a spin bowler in the ranks for the South African A team that they can use. But they persist with the man who's been dangerous since the beginning. He's coming in for the 9th over of his spell.
Boy, oh boy. I honestly thought that would have been the end of Dane Patterson.
After that drop catch, I give him another one. Like I told you, David, bowl him until you get rid of the top order. He's continuing. People saying that he's a rapid bowler. Bowls 128 to 133.
Defended now. There was a long conversation between Neil Brunt and Dane Patterson, and they looked longingly, as the deficit is now 200, looked longingly at the scoreboard. And if you're wondering where it is, the giant scoreboard just to the left of the top left hand corner of your screen, if you will, perhaps seeing what the time was, how much there is left in the tank of Dane Patterson, maybe suggesting that after lunch, that's when Mpongwana or de Swart may find themselves bowling. What a delivery. What a delivery. He's come around the wicket, and the angle, meaning that it's just straightening off the arm.
It's not a good shot, that from Johnson. Has to be patient, understand the match situation, but this is what experience is going to teach him as time goes by. Dane Patterson, knowing that he's looking to score, seeing that he's taken him away from the strike for an amount of time, and he hasn't been able to score. So now giving him that wide one, saying go for it, use my 3 slips and my gully.
He just pushes at that one. A bit of an oi exclamation from some of the players here. They feel like the opportunity may present itself at any moment. Rowan de Swart just squeezing in the bottom left hand side of your screen there. He's got the double teapot, hands on hips, knowing how much a drop catch can influence a game.
And it has to be Sinclair who keeps on riding the luck. It's the second time he's getting dropped in this series, and South Africa have not dropped too many catches.
access away off of his hips down to that fine leg region where Olafir is doing the job. Really feels like he's on top of things here, and perhaps rightfully so. Patterson, he's done the job this morning. Again, I'm casting my mind forward half an hour to lunch and wondering, will there be a burst from Michele Mpongwana and bowling in tandem with Hardas Viljoen as they dispense with De Swart from third slip into that cover region, fancying that Sinclair may throw his hands at it. He's rather been brought just offside, just off of your screen on the offside. Very square cover fielder, close in. Maybe there's a short one in the offing. Oh, he's beaten him again on the outside half of the bat. Looking at the surface there, perhaps wondering where the demons are coming from.
No short one coming there. It's just one fine leg fielder there by Don Olafia standing all lonely some, but that short extra cover fielder standing 3 pitches away. Anything that might pop up might create an opportunity for them. Backward point is still chilling in Reynard van Donder. His partnership now grown to 18 runs.
Last ball for Dane Patterson of his 13th. Driven hard, and it's a good stop off his own bowling. Taken a tumble there to get a hand to it. It's good work from him. It's stopped what should have been a certain boundary. So that's the end of his 13th. What a spell it's been. 4 for 34. And after 26, the West Indies are 75 for 5. It's a bit of a fighting partnership here from these two. It's not going at a fair lick, but it is keeping the South Africans at bay.
Indeed it is. Currently at 18 runs. Hard just for Leon now, looking to see if he can find a way to break it. Johnson's scoring has been slowed down a tad a bit. He was going safely at a run per ball, and now he's on 27 from 34. Sinclair is not letting loose. You saw he has been talking about his personality and his attitude towards his game. Such a vibrant character. And so is Johnson as well. Of course, Johnson will be playing in the upcoming Under-19 World Cup, which has been confirmed to be hosted here in South Africa beginning in January. He's still 18 years old, so he more than qualifies and seems to be taking the same trajectory as Jaden Seals, who started his career in 2021 at the Under-19s. But then he'll do it with the bat here.
Yeah, whether we will see Jaden Seals remains to be seen, and we really hope that we do, but he didn't look like he was in a position to bat when they took the team photo this morning. It's cut away, but there's protection down at the deep point region. Kai Zondo coming off the square leg boundary before that last delivery. So a question I might ask, and we saw during the drinks break, Rwanda Swart was sent to retrieve a helmet and then immediately gave it away to the physio. I wonder if they were considering, perhaps with Hardas Viljoen bowling, getting a man under the helmet there at forward short leg.
Might have been a good idea, but I dare say neither Sinclair or Johnson looked troubled here. Neither of them looked troubled by the short pitched delivery. The full pitch stuff will always cause problems when there's something for you in the surface, and if you hit the deck hard well enough. It just doesn't feel like the short ball has been providing enough that rushes the batter to incentivize a man under that helmet. So Neil Brunt is actively looking for those driven shots, for those full shots to get a wicket. Hence, Rwanda Swart so close on to short extra cover. Literally 2 pitches away.
Pitched up again, and it goes exactly to that man De Swart, who leisurely lobs it towards the non-striker's end. And, ball being pitched up as it has been by Ulafir, rather Viljoen in this over. Why I mention Ulafir is it may be him who gets involved here, as Sinclair might look to get across his stumps to push it to the onside. Not interested. Absolutely clubbed through the covers. He's overpitched. It's a bit of a half volley. And spanked away through the cover region for 4.
Just freeing his hands. The ball given too much width there from Hardus Viljoen, piercing the gap between short extra cover and the man at point. It's a beautiful shot from Sinclair. He has a tendency of playing those. Very flary player. Plays with a lot of style. Moves the score to 80-5.
Sinclair? No? Perhaps. Just getting into his groove at the moment. Again pitched up, but a bit of swing, and Viljoen wants to throw it back at him, and a bit of toying with him as Sinclair wafts at that one. Rather, Sinclair wafts at that one. End of 27, 80-5.
This partnership growing well to 23 now. And remember, this is the last of the matches, and what we'll follow next with is on the 10th of December. That will be the 11th of December, rather. That will be the South Africa A versus the India A in preparation for their series, which will be starting on the 26th of December. And another thing that's starting is a new spell. You were calling for it, David, and here it is.
Yeah, Mihlale Mpongwana waiting patiently for his opportunity to get in on the action. South Africa A deciding that in order to really continue with that momentum that they have achieved early on here, that they need some fresh legs with ball in hand. So, fine leg, deep square leg. One slip and a gully, backward point. Extra cover, close in. Mid off, mid on, and the man at deep square is going to come into mid wicket. It was Brunt who's just walking to the bottom of your screen. You'll see that number 3 under the scorecard. He's Bloemfontein. So 2 slips and a gully, waiting for Mpongwana to get in on the action, and he decides he's going to pull a Lewis and duke us out.
Mpongwana, the expectation is going to be very simple, really. Not the quickest of the bowlers. He is the slowest of the quick bowlers here in South Africa for the South African team. So what you will expect is a lot of execution of accuracy and skill. He's going to be looking to bowl that ball fuller than you'd expect from Viljoen and Olafia, and he's going to look to nip it away from the left-hander.
Just defending that square.
That's what he normally does. Mihlale Mpongwana has a good ball moving into the right-hander, which will subsequently move away to the left-hander. Very threatening when he comes around the wickets to the left-hander because of those lengths that he bowls and because of his weird height, getting that extra bounce as well. Likened to a Jason Holder. His nickname is Jason Holder for you West Indians watching the game. If you feel something familiar.
What a waft! Boy, oh boy. Bloemfontein's taken that in front of Neil Brunt at first slip. That's some serious movement from Mpongwana. And you wonder, why have they held him back for thus long?
It's also getting that extra bounce as well, does Mihlale Mpongwana. But this just shows how well South Africa are bowling as a unit here. Mpongwana comes in, he's continuing the job that Patterson did so extremely well. And of course, both Mihlale Mpongwana and Dane Patterson knowing each other well from the Western Province.
Cut away, up and over the top of Kazondo. 3 bounces, and it's into the rope there. We just promoted the evergreen Mihlale Mpongwana. Seemingly evergreen, but he's given away a bit of a freebie there. And that's allowed this partnership to grow to 27 and the deficit to reduce to 190, 84 for 5.
It's a good looking shot that from Johnson, continuing with his positivity now into his 30s. the youngest with the highest score here for the West Indies team.
Pushing at that square of the wicket on the offside. There was protection this time as Zondo cleans it up at a cover region, having come from deep point.
Mihlali Mpongwana will eventually look to get rid of the man who's at deep point because it's a very protective position. It's a position which is designed for that bad ball that is just too short and can be slashed away. The reason why they have that backward point in is for that shot that leads the edge, is for that shot that is mistimed and can be caught within the ring, which is normally a mistake forced by the batter. So now they push the deep point back to defend Mpongwana.
He's beaten the outside half of the bat. That's a brilliant response. Really hitting the mark, line and length. And that's where he needs to be. He's got to be consistent. Sinclair may be thinking of the opportunity of a reverse sweep. I don't know whether that will come to the fore. But Mpongwana needs to be there. Line and length, outside that off stump, fourth stump. And if he pitches it up fuller than that, he might find his fielders having to do a bit of a retrieval job. So no real margin for error. He's got the protection out at deep point, so he can drag it back a little if need be. And again, he's beaten the bat. Good bit of bounce as well. Wonderful way to end the over from Mpongwana. Not a terrible over, but not one that he'll be happy with some of the wayward bowling. 28 gone, 85 for 5.
It's much more stronger when you're looking at the right-handed batters rather, as Mihlali Mpongwana. Much more economical against them as well. Harder to get away. That's why I wonder why you would push that backward point into the deep when bowling to the right-hander, because instantly he made an impact. So when he comes back, if he does bowl to a Kevin Sinclair, you wouldn't mind tightening in the field because he does have his straps working versus that right-hander.
Hardas Viljoen having a lengthy conversation. There's a long conversation in the middle of the park. They know that it's just 17 minutes before the lunch break. They've got to suss out what their plan is here. How are they going to see through this final push towards the first interval on day number 2? Short ball by Hardas Viljoen. That's one for the over as signalled by Arno Jacobs. That's a heavy delivery.
It's a good delivery. Trying to test out the young man in Jordan Johnson. Did come in replacing another West Indies Academy star in Kevlon Anderson. A lot of people talking about Kevlon Anderson. Another one to look out for in the future. The only players averaging 40 runs selected for this team who is not here.
Short again, and he swipes at that one. And I wonder if this is the tactic from the South Africans. Deep square, deep point. And I wonder if this is the idea for them to try and bombard Johnson here. He's on 33 and he's gone along very nicely. 33 from 42 deliveries. And I want to see if this is perhaps the way to upset him.
Another good idea will be the fact that the wind seems to be blowing against the ball if he tries to hit on that leg side, if he takes on the short ball.
Glorious delivery. Glorious delivery. No real answer from Johnson with that one. 2 short deliveries and then suddenly he pitched it up. Johnson would have been waiting on the back foot for another one of those, but good length and good awareness from Viljoen.
Just looking to set him up and get his feet tougher to work, Johnson. Really giving him a test at this level.
Again, he's got him there. Squared him up. What a masterclass here. And that's the experience. South Africa's 3 bowlers that began this innings. Olivier, Patterson and Viljoen. No shortage of experience from these guys, and so they'll know exactly what they need to do to extract this. And they've done exactly as needed. A couple of wayward deliveries here and there. We just pulled out there. Maybe an extra gust as Viljoen got into his delivery stride. With the wind blowing as it has, it can really put a bowler off of his stride. The bail's also coming off at the non-striker's end. Perhaps their colleagues from Gqeberha can suggest to them the use of the heavy bails. Weighted bails rather.
That's what we talk about. We talk about this wind. It's not an exaggeration about how heavy it is.
Short pull that's gone high into the air. Yes, with a catch. It was in the hands of Bloemfontein. And the short pitch stuff has paid dividends for South Africa. The sixth wicket finally falls after a fighting knock from these two. That's the end of the time at the wicket for Johnson. He did so well to get a start. And the short pitch stuff does the job for the South Africans. 45 deliveries was Johnson's stay at the wicket. 4 fours. And that's the end of his time.
It worked for the South Africans, and Johnson looked to work against it. Unfortunately, it didn't happen. Looked like a sketchy catch from Bloemfontein, having to deal with the strong gusts of wind, that top edge. Eventually, the undoing of young Jordan Johnson. There's a lot to look forward to from the young 18-year-old. A lot of excitement, a lot of good cricket, a lot of positive cricket, a lot of people talking in the comments about his cricket, and we are sure going to see more of Jordan Johnson. He's gone though for just 33 runs.
Yeah, it's that youthful exuberance that gets him out there. He did so well to fight for every single run that he was getting, not to be dominated or bullied in any way by the South African bowlers. Hakeem Jordan is now the new man to stride to the wicket.
See, lack of match awareness a little bit there from Johnson, and this is where the experience is going to come in, because if he was a little bit more away, he would have understood that there's no need to actually keep attacking. There's no need to keep scoring the runs. Could have just relaxed, breathed for a bit, and then eventually, when the session is over, he comes back and scores runs.
Yeah, you're completely correct. Just looking up at the clock would have indicated that there's less than 15 minutes left before that luncheon interval, and he could have been all too happy just to sway away or duck under it. But Viljoen's got one ball remaining in his 5th over, and he has his first wicket in this 3rd unofficial test. He's now going to have the opportunity to bowl to Hakeem Jordan for 1 delivery, and he'll be licking his chops at the prospect.
Hakeem Jordan scored top score of 40 runs in his tour so far, and it looked really good down in Benoni. But right now the deficit is 189 runs for the West Indians, and it was Mohan Narendra, been with us since Benoni in game 1, who also thinks that must stay calm. Can he stay calm here, Jordan?
And all too happy to get under it. A bit of a shout of A from the South Africans, but that's the end of 29 and 85 for 6. It's probably the shot that young Johnson should have played had he not gotten the idea that he wanted to take on the short pitch stuff, really take the attack to the South Africans. And it's a wicket maiden for Hardus Viljoen.
But surely deep down inside, given the match situation and bringing in Johnson, Andre Kohli and the rest of the West Indian coaching staff will be happy with what they've seen. They'll be happy with the work that he put in for his short stay. They'll just need to iron out those small mental lapses. But they have a very good product in the young man.
Clattered away. I wanted to say cut away, but it's clattered away through the offside. Bloemfontein does the fielding out there in the deep, and they get 2 for it. Sinclair's done very well in this game. He's not had the easiest time with the bat in hand, He did brilliantly with the ball, but he's really had to trudge his way through this innings thus far. I don't think I've really seen him be rash with his shot selection. He knows exactly where the gaps are. And again, just showing how aware he is, just defending that one.
It's just that one brilliant delivery coming in from Dane Patterson, which nabbed his edge. Then it was dropped in the slip cordon. Third slip flying across to second slip's position. And it was Ron de Swart. Put him down. He now stands at extra cover, does Ron de Swart. There's a deep point for protection.
Good leave. And we spoke about it earlier, Mpendulo, about the deficit for the opportunity to enforce the follow-on for the South Africans. It's now 187. You mentioned the 150 is the magic number for the West Indian A batters. And it may feel like it's so far away. 6 down at the moment, possibly 7 down because of what we imagine will be a no-show from Jaden Seals. So South Africa could sniff that they would push the follow-on. He squared him up. Big shot. Umpire doesn't seem to be interested. And Sinclair is saying, that's come off my hip, gents. South Africans were convinced, but Arno Jacobs, the umpire at the Loch Logan end, not bothered.
And the thing is, Kevin Sinclair didn't even look like a man who had edged the ball. More often than not, you would say, But even now, he's saying, pointing at extra cover in Ron de Swart, that you didn't hear anything. It's a good ball, that from Mihlali Mpongwana. We did say, so dangerous against the right-hander. Now having the ability to nip it away as well from that back of a length. Looking to protect his body, exposing his outside edge.
As the clouds once again cover the sunshine here. Mihlali Mpongwana in his second over. He's conceded 7. But the lengths and lines that he's been bowling, for the most part, has been very good.
It was just that waywardness against the left-hander. Sinclair has to remove that Jaffa out of his mind, especially after being dropped through almost a similar delivery.
And leave that one through to the wicketkeeper. So that's the end of Mpongwana's second. There's 30 done here on day 2 of the third unofficial test match. It's 87 for 6. South Africa have been all on top of the Windies A batters. 4 wickets for Dane Patterson and 1 for Hardus Viljoen.
Absolutely destructive. It's been beautiful to watch from Dane Patterson. It's been beautiful to watch from all of the South Africans, actually. It's just that one very wayward delivery that went down for 4 byes, which are the only extras to that 87 run total. So the West Indians have had to put in all of the work. South Africa literally not giving any freebies, and on a surface and in weather conditions, which proves to be tricky.
Yeah, the clouds have been the reason, perhaps, for the success of the South Africans. A blustering wind as well all morning. And with just 5 minutes left before the luncheon interval, we might squeeze in a second one. But some of you suggesting that it's been the clouds assisting the South Africans. A new ball, overcast conditions, swinging. And a fired up Hardus Viljoen.
That short ball stuff working for the left-handed Johnson. For the right-hander going in much more fuller. He does still have that square leg. He still does have the fine leg in position. Still carrying the 3 slips even if the ball is 30 overs old.
Yeah, with 87 for 6 on the board. He trying to leave that one, trying to shoulder his arms, and it just catches the bottom half of the bat and will go through to Mpongwana at fine leg. Drama. That's lovely from Hardisviljoen.
Needing to be more sure here is Sinclair. Didn't know what he wanted to do with that delivery, and that's the price of facing good line and good length. Good line, is it going to be hitting my stumps? Is it going to be hitting inside my off stump? Good length, is it going to be hitting the top of my stumps? Is it going to go over? By the time you've made your decision, the ball has already reached you.
Change in the field, the point being sent out. He's just resolute behind that one. So to give you an understanding of where the field is, you can see those 2 slips at the top of your screen with Bloemfontein. Just cleft in twain on your screen, or maybe he's just cut out, but he's just stepped off of view, is David Bellingham at a gully region. Kazondo at a deep point. Rwanda Swart in a catching cover position, mid-off, mid-on, and deep square as well as fine leg. Bit of a floated delivery there outside the off stump. Not real stress to these batters, but it means that they can rotate strike. There's 1 ball remaining in Viljoen's 6th, and they're going to keep the idea of a 3-slip option when they are utilizing these bowlers, particularly to Jordan. And that's exactly what you want to see, is the new man doesn't feel any pressure. He's going to get those runs. He's going to get away. He's going to be comforted. So, just deep square and fine leg out of the ring. Pitched up, defended into the offside. And he'll retain the strike, will Jordan. And at the end of 31, it's 90 for 6.
Getting the ball to just swing away a little bit hard just for Leon. If it does, chuck it right up into the pads of the batter. It's 2 minutes until 12 o'clock. This may be the final over for the session from Mpongwana. We've only seen 23 overs so far, so this will be the 24th. And in lieu of that 23 overs, we've seen 5 wickets tumble for the West Indians. At the same time, they've only been able to add on 73 runs.
Somewhat a reversal of fortunes from yesterday. It's been all South Africa today, but it was arguably all South Africa yesterday at 102 for 2 when lunch was called. And how the West Indians turned the game around after that lunch break. You wonder though, is it a bridge too far? And that's what I want to see from Mpongwana in this over. I want him to be bowling 4 deliveries away, and then the one that comes back in, he's forced to play it, takes the edge, and that's where the wicket may come in this last over before lunch.
And it will be a huge advantage for the West Indians if they are able to keep all of their wickets, the last 4 going into the session, but alternatively, South Africa getting that one like the West Indians did yesterday, removing David Bellingham just before the session end, always comes in with a booster.
Just popped up there to mid-off. Mpongwana pointing to say, that so nearly could have been my wicket. He's the only one without a wicket thus far this morning, but only 2.2 overs into his spell. Nevertheless, fast bowlers always want to be in the mix. They don't want to be left out.
In his previous over, he thought that he had one, just flipping the thigh guard and the padding of Kevin Sinclair. They were convinced, even behind the wickets, but it still lives on. Hakeem Jordan might be an easier target, but he's still not an easy target.
Just pushed at that one. That's exactly what Mpongwana wants. Let him throw his bat at it, let him push hard at it with the slips in place. And perhaps if you're a South African fan, that you would be grateful that the Swart is no longer in that slip cordon for now, having dropped what might have been Zubair Hamza's catch. He went well across Zubair Hamza, And if you're going to go, you make sure you take the catch. If you're going to cross over someone, as Zubair Hamza did yesterday with that Ulafir wicket to dismiss Chandapur, make sure that you pouch it. Sunshine returning again, fuller this time. And knowing that there's just a couple of deliveries before lunch, Hakim Jordan just keeping things quiet. Could there be late drama, or will they be able to just shut up shop, the West Indies batters?
It's a good ball that from Bongwana, going back to that length that he was operating on. It's giving problems to the outside edge of Hakeem Jordan. That's how he kept on beating the outside edge. And then every now and then he might go fuller. But we have one more ball remaining for the session.
Short, and so nearly could have taken the edge. And the end of a phenomenal session for South Africa A comes to a close. The carnage, even if it is for 40 minutes, has halted.
Survival indeed for Hakeem Jordan. It was so close for him to get that edge, but he gets it working as he survives. So do the West Indians live on with just 4 more wickets remaining. So 24 overs being played in this session and only 73 runs being scored. They were scoring at just under 4 runs into the over, and that is thanks to Johnson and Sinclair's little mini partnership right in the middle. But it ends session 1 on 90 for 6. The West Indians still trail by 184 runs. But how good was Dane Patterson?
Yeah, absolutely magical. Just one down when these two teams walked out this morning, and he single-handedly grabbed this game by the horns and decided he was going to reverse any opportunity that the West Indian batters might have thought they had. Overcast conditions, blustering wind, and he licked his chops, combining with Duan Olafir to put the West Indian batters back in the shed, come back from whence you came. And Fulyun just collecting that 1 wicket in this session as well. He's been economical as well. 17 from his 6. Pongwana 7 from his 3. Patterson 34 from 13 with those 4 wickets, and Ulafir 10 overs, 1 for 28.
We're back after lunch. Are you full up?
Absolutely. Not full enough of West Indian wickets, but they have looked after us here at the Mangaung Oval.
Pendulo Makubane with you. David Mitchley next to me. Cricket in front of you. Hardest Viljoen with the ball. Bowling to Kevin Sinclair. And that's a good start. Fierce stuff.
Welcome after lunch. If you had too heavy of a lunch as a West Indian batter, you might find yourself asleep at the wheel here. Hardus Viljoen will certainly give you the smelling salts needed to wake you up.
He also had his fair share of some food. He's already a bulked up man. He's already fierce. He came in 6 overs rather, giving away just under 3 runs to the over. Also a wicket. And now he's been driven. However, there is a cover sweeper who won't be able to cover it. Skya Zondo was running from the backward point, but it still goes over the boundary.
It's disappointing. I really thought that Kaya Zondo could have gone after that one. Maybe in the back of his mind, he's just mindful of what Jaden Seals had done yesterday in trying to get to the ball. But it is a boundary, so a huge shift between the two deliveries. A bumper and then a half volley that he's just dispatched with disdain.
It's a glorious comeback as well from Sinclair. And with that being said, Viljoen did make it easy. And speaking of that injury of Jaden Seals, it in effect makes West Indies a 7 wickets down as well. All the more important for Kevin Sinclair, who was the hero of the first match, to stand up.
Pitched up again! Sorry, that was me standing on your toes there. That was completely... Drop catch, and again, who is it but Rohan de Swart?
Oh, so unfortunate for Rohan de Swart. He was there at extra cover. We were both in it. We were both saying, yes, here it comes. And how beautiful is it when a wicket falls just after a session break. Searching for the wickets. But it just goes a little bit too greedy this time. A little bit all over the place to start off.
Rohan de Swart, not impressed with himself. So few opportunities, and when you drop 2 of them, somebody like Hardus Viljoen is not going to let you forget about it.
It's a tough one. You work to create those opportunities, but they get a single through. Might look to create the same opportunity against Jordan here. Then it just keeps it steady. Viljoen at mid-off, standing a little bit squarer. They're able to push for that one.
You mentioned it. There's so often the case that a wicket falls after a break. Guys are still trying to settle into their rhythm that they had in the pre-lunch session. You know, you almost survive for lunch sometimes, and the opportunity's gone a begging.
And then it just cuts that through. Wonderful wrists and placement from Kevin Sinclair. He guides that through. David Bedingham, who's standing at gully, diving to his right. No one at third man. But that's how, in a stylish way, the West Indies bring up that 100 runs.
Yeah, when it rains, it pours. And that's exactly what's happened. A free boundary early on. A drop catch. And then a boundary to finish, including a leg by. So an expensive one, 10 from it rather, to bring up that 100 for the West Indies A. And Mihlali Mpongwana swinging it quite prodigiously here, wanting to get in on the action with the wicket taking.
The wind is ridiculously strong. It's near gale force winds here in Mangaung. And Mihlali Mpongwana will be looking to use that to his advantage. It gives the ball more time in the air, given that he's a little bit slower. meaning that the ball will have more time to be manipulated by the air. So now he bowls to Akeem Jordan. Gets the outside edge. It's a good start from Mbongwana.
Yeah, unfortunately for South Africa A, it's gone on the bounce to Zubair Hamza, but a great stop as well, because without protection down there at the third man boundary, it would have raced away. So good sharp awareness from the Lions man.
And with only 3 wickets remaining, that deficit is on 174 now. They need just 25 more runs to avoid the follow-on. But how quickly does that become a big total with a quick cascade of wickets?
And just holding play up again because the Bales have leapt like a bungee jumper. They've been busy this morning. And hopefully at some point the umpires might consider the heavy Bales.
And you did speak about it before, just before lunch, suggesting that, hey man, those big boys must come through. Ooh, a big boy delivery from Mbongwana, but it's a good leave that from Jordan.
And for those who may be wondering, the heavy bales aren't metallic in their construction. It's not like they go fetch the lead bales. It's just a different cut of the jib, so to speak. But that's a glorious delivery from Mbongwana. He's been good when he's just been that searching length. The moment he tries to bowl that magic delivery, that's where he finds himself erring and being punished as well.
Oh, gorgeous comeback. That is wonderful. That's what you're talking about, David. When he goes searching for it, he is so menacing.
And Jordan's searching for the ball there because he's gone quite a lot forward there, trying to negate any swing that Mbongwana has got. Presumably batting out of his crease as well to try and give himself the best opportunity to negate or scrub off any swing that Mbongwana's gotten. But Mbongwana will just drag it back every time that he comes forward and try and extract a wicket.
And that's the beauty of the competition between bat and ball that we're seeing here. The understanding that, okay, you are coming down to me, you are being more attacking, let me take the ball a little bit more away from you so that I expose your bat a little bit more. He's doing that phenomenally well. And the thing is, because of his pace too, and his height, that extra bounce, you really leave yourself questioning, where do I go? Do I go forward or do I go backwards?
Yeah, when you're in those two minds, that's when you kind of get into a position and then try and fish at it with your hands. And that's exactly what he's done there. He's got a big stride in, and then you almost try and find the ball with your bat, bumbling in the dark, as you could have used the analogy. He gardens as if it makes a difference in his life.
It cannot. Not like this. Because you're seeing that it's all in the work of Mhlali Mbongwana here. The areas that he's attacking, it forces Akeem Jordan to feel like he has to make a play at each and every ball, and with it just nipping away because of the wind blowing in that direction of where the ball is swinging. Just becomes a little bit greedy though.
Finally gets better on ball though, and that concludes the over from Mbongwana. It was a wonderful one to watch, beating the bat on multiple occasions. And as you said, the blustery wind here at the Mangaung Oval means that the assistance after the ball is pitched is more pronounced. Hardas Viljoen will continue after the luncheon interval from the pavilion end, just extracting that one wicket, seeking out a second. 26, so an expensive previous over, and you want to rectify that. I don't think he'll be too upset with having to bowl at Sinclair. Just 26 runs for the youngster.
But then he'll just need to ensure that when he does have an opportunity to bowling to each respective batter, he uses each ball to his advantage. There's a big gap on that leg side. Square leg is in the deep, fine leg is in the deep, and then there's only just the mid-on. But then when it's Jordan bowling, they pull him back in.
Yeah, when they've got Jordan on strike, that square leg that was very square on the onside comes into a mid-wicket, but there could be an argument for him being in kind of a forward square leg.
Then he's bowling it nice and straight, moving away just a little bit from Akeem Jordan, attacking his stumps. But the bat working effectively for Jordan.
These two will plug away at that deficit. They know that they'll be a lot more relieved when they get that 150 deficit. Force the South Africans to come out and bat again. And with the possibility of rain tomorrow and suggestions today, I don't think that's what the South Africans would want.
And Viljoen trying to make that happen. Pushing it further up, drawing Sinclair into that drive. And you can see the second slip is slightly wider from where you would find a conventional second slip too.
Yeah, Zubair Hamza taking a good catch low to his right yesterday, off with the bowling of Dwan Olafir. And could he be the man in the mix? Brandt also has a catch in this game as well.
Bedingham has had a few that have come his way. They just failed to carry as he stands at gully. So it just shows also how well the South Africans have been bowling, given the fact that their wickets have all been coming behind the wickets. That shows the pressure they are putting on the bat and on the stumps.
It also helps one understand why Neil Brandt has persisted with the slips and gully. Not that he would have felt that West Indies A were on top, but the wickets coming from behind help him feel confident.
Ooh. Naughty from Harjas Viljoen. Searching for the inside, the gap in between the bat and pad. Sinclair well aware of the threat though.
You're able to deal with the stress that will come from Harjas Viljoen bowling at you. He's a big character and also a big man, so when he steams in, can be intimidating at times. Chest on bowler, not unlike that of Mackay Ntini, Steve Harmison, Freddie Flintoff. And often those guys tend to bowl a little bit quicker than the rest.
Trails down the legs. Cries of catch it, but nothing there to be taken. It's the end of the 35th over. It's 103 as they trail by 171. You speak about that front-on action, side-on action, the mixed action. And when you're looking at that front-on action guy, seeing his full body come at you, fooling his full face, everything is just charging at you. And if he's big and tall as Harjas Viljoen, who can clock 140s at times, just a little bit of a menace to it.
Yeah, and it's become more common among youngsters, the chest-on action. It's the least likely to pick up an injury. And that the side-on and semi-side-on or side-on or semi-front-on action is becoming more of a rarity these days. Even Mpongwana here has a semi-front-on action. You'll see in his gather that he has his arms in front of his chest and not completely closed off with that leading shoulder. And those bowlers generally, when they are side-on, completely side-on, have to do a lot more work with their lower back, and that's sometimes how you get guys having injuries. I think of Marshant Langa, who also played here at the Knights. Very side-on bowler, and when you do that, you have to rotate your lower half of your body to get over that front foot and get through the crease.
But whether you are mixed front or side-on, a good ball remains a good ball.
Absolutely, and everybody can appreciate that.
Just nipping away from the surface there from Mihlali Mpongwana. And I like the conversation you're having. I think of those side-on bowlers. The first name that comes to my mind is a Darren Goff. It's a Kyle Mills. All running and twisting their bodies through the action. Jeff Thompson, Dennis Lilly. Bowlers of past. And speaking of bowlers and balls going past, it flies past Clyde Fontaine as he dove to his left. It's more runs though.
It's more frustrating runs for the South Africans. When you're bowling with just 3 wickets required, you want to make sure that you are able to wrap things up quite quickly.
Straight down to the legs, Mihlali Mpongwana. Sinclair guiding that ball down to the legs, and fine leg was not fine enough. Clyde Fontaine was not flying enough. It's the deficit now down to 167 with that boundary. Sinclair goes to 32. And Sinclair remains at 32.
Mbongwana's bowled well here. I don't want to take any credit away from him, but it just sullies your view of him when he does bowl that way with delivery. The same with, we saw Hardes Viljoen from the pavilion end on our side, where we are in the commentary box. When that ball that just goes wayward down the leg side, it's forced. He's trying to look for a magic delivery there, and in that attempt, he ends up straying.
Just having that backward point out at the deep. I was just looking at him right now as you speak about that one wayward delivery. It's frustrating that he has to have that protection in the deep for a position which could be used an attacking one, which could prevent that single from happening.
Yeah, particularly with the new man, Hakeem Jordan. I say new, he's already got 20 deliveries under his belt, but only the 4 to his name. Happy to just trudge along.
He's looking around. There's only a mid-wicket to his leg side, a fine leg at his 45. He too lets it go.
Mpongwana ends a glorious over. That's his 5th done. 12 from his spell thus far. 108 for 6 after 36.
Deficit now drawing down to 166 runs. Mihlali Mpongwana is keeping it tidy, just going at a touch out above 2 to the over. But here, for the West Indians, the run rate or how much they score, how quickly they score is not really a concern at this moment in time. All of the favours are flooded against them. And it is on Sinclair and it is on Jordan to use the knowledge you gave us yesterday about Mangaung. Stay in. Work for your wicket. And once you are in there, much like any other wicket, you start scoring the runs. Just like that from Sinclair. He is a very free playing player, but he too understands the value of good deliveries.
Rowan de Swart just warming up at the cover region. And perhaps a brave option from me would be to have de Swart and Brandt bowling in tandem. Bring on the spinner.
Oh, you see why Brandt also wants to use Viljoen as much as he can. The edge, but played with soft hands from Kevin Sinclair, just guided down between the slips and gully. It's 4 runs.
It's gone exactly where Rowan de Swart was earlier in the day, but unfortunately his record this morning has not been favourable with catches. Perhaps South Africa A should think about putting Bedingham in at 3rd slip and like South Africa A 2 years ago, and then South Africa throw the big fast bowler in Dwan Olivier at the gully. A brave or a gamble, I'm not sure.
Did it work with Olivier at gully?
Well, would it work with Olivier at gully? It was the lanky man himself, Blanky as he's known, Marco Jansen, who was in the gully in that instance and is often in the gully for South Africa. With a change in the field, Zondo coming in the ring and Van Tonder coming off that boundary, now at a mid-wicket region. De Swart walking in quite heavily from that close-ish cover fielder. So really wanting to squeeze these Windies batters.
And with him walking in so much, as the batter looks around his field, as he's about to take his stance and take his guard, everyone looks further than where they were. You put a gauge as to saying, okay, when he walks in, is about to be this close to me. But if you're walking in so hard, where the batter thinks he's got a single, he says yes, looks up. All of a sudden, you're already there's a fielder gathering in, and that's what we mean when we talk of that fielding pressure. It's going into the air, and it's Mihlali Mpongwana who's under it, and it's Mihlali Mpongwana who caps it. It's beautiful. Hard bowling from Hardus Viljoen. Going for the lap shot was Akeem Jordan, and he finds himself wanting.
The short pitch bowling paying off for the South African A team here. Jordan spent many deliveries trying to avoid having to play that one. He eventually did, and paid the ultimate cost. He's gone for 4 after his half an hour stay at the crease. And with 36 overs on the board, it's 113 for 7.
Big problems now because in effect, David, it is 118. It's 113 for 8. Akeem Jordan can be very good with the wood in his hand, but with the ball in his hand, Hardus Viljoen is a handful even for the very best.
I wonder if this will suggest to Neil Brandt that he takes this opportunity to continue with Seam all the way around. Will he bring back Olivier after Patterson's lengthy spell this morning? It almost seems that it's a guarantee that Olivier will be the next bowling change.
If the wicket of Akeem Jordan was able to be preserved for the next 5 overs, the suggestion that you had spoken about, hey, let's bring in Neil Brandt, let's bring in our slower bowlers to just apply that pressure, keep the overs moving as well, would have been a good idea just to put a spanner in the works. Now we just have 2 wickets in hand. It's beautiful if you want to see your captain saying, let us finish this off. So the idea of Dwan Olivier is really not a bad one.
And certainly, I think South Africa A would have loved to have had somebody like a Dane Piet in this situation to be able to wrap up the tail and give your fast bowlers a rest. And the specialist spinners play such an important role in the red ball version of the game.
And we actually saw that in the first innings because in as much as Kevin Sinclair is an all-rounder, he is the team's first choice spinner. And he is a skilled enough spinner to show his work. So new batter comes in. He was also a really torment with the ball, Shamar Joseph.
Neil Brandt backing Rwanda Swart here. He's already got 2 drop catches and thought, you know what, this is now the opportunity. Dane Patterson's gone off the park. Keegan Peterson at mid-off.
Starting down, Clyde Fontaine, that is showing his absolute value. When we spoke earlier on, he'd only let go of those 2 times, and that touch really prevented a boundary.
A poor way to end the over from Hardus Viljoen. He's done so well in that over to gain the value of that wicket, and then to throw it away, not throw it away completely, but I'm sure you understand the point of throwing away all that stress that he'd placed upon the Windies batters. Deficit now 160, 114 for 7.
Of course, you want your new batter to play at every single delivery. You want him to always fish for it. You want him to fish for that off stump. If giving him down pads, it could easily trickle for more runs, given how open the leg side is as well. And you don't want to give your wicketkeeper so much work, but also that's the value of having a high quality keeper.
Something that's drifted a little bit away from the game is having a specialist wicket keeper. We spoke about the value of wicket keepers being good with the bat, but a good wicket keeper behind the stumps could save you more than he could score.
It's a concept I heard about earlier on this year. Wicket keepers save you runs.
They certainly do. Even in that instance, with Fontaine getting the faintest of touches, almost like a football goalkeeper parrying it over the bar or around the upright, it makes such a massive difference. Had that not been taken, or at least had that not taken a fingertip, it wouldn't have necessarily given the opportunity for the man at fine leg to run round and collect it, Mihlali Mpongwana, who comes in now.
Keeping it on that line. The line is gorgeous. The line that he's working on is stupendous. Especially with the way that can easily rocket back and take those gloves. It's wonderful work. Like you said, when he's just searching, it's much easier for him when he's searching for that off stump. Sometimes he does a little bit too much, which is an idea you alluded to, and he did it against Akeem Jordan as well, when after constructing a good over, he searched for that last ball, went straight to his body. Something along those lines, but a little bit straighter, but Mpongwana here just searching a little bit too much.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what Mpongwana is ultimately looking for, as Neil Brunt will take a jog to his fast bowler. Just say to him, I know what you're trying to do. Perhaps try and force the error. Try and gain an advantage, but let's just stay outside that off stump. He's not enjoying that line and length outside the off stump. Don't look for that magic ball. Have confidence in what has gotten you to this point and has gotten you success thus far.
They employ a deep backward point, a deep fine leg. Everyone else in.
Precisely that delivery. That is what you're going to be happy with. And as a captain, that's what he'll want from Mihlali Mpongwana. Don't try and bowl too much of that magic delivery. Keep it there. He's going to be frustrated eventually and he'll make the mistake.
And equally on that right, the reason why he does become frustrated is because of the batting that is being executed here by Kevin Sinclair. Not one foreign of batting with the tail and doing well with the tail. And a very important skill, batting at number 7. Able to shepherd the strike, takes the quick single, and what beautiful batting with just one ball to go.
Yeah, he needs to be smart about how he approaches this. We talked about it yesterday during the South African innings of farming the strike, shepherding the strike, as you've mentioned. Just one ball here to face. We knew that Joshua De Silva had just one ball to face and wasn't able to survive. But certainly a different set of circumstances here. Joseph facing up to Mpongwana. And with Mpongwana nipping the ball away from the right-handers, one wonders whether or not the LBW could be an option, or perhaps through the gate. We'll wait and see.
Flashes for that one as Mpongwana gives him a one that he could have let it go. It ends the over, but Joseph will just go, whew, thank goodness, as the score is 114 for 7.
Sigh of relief, yes, indeed. Viljoen will continue from the pavilion end as Patterson joins us back on the park. But Keegan Peterson remains on because Reinhard van Tonder now having a jog off the field. Perhaps the lunch was too good for some of the gentlemen.
Something I didn't want to mention. Spoke my mind. But also having Keegan Peterson in your fielding lineup as a 12th man is such an excellent option. He's ridiculously good, is Keegan Peterson, around the field. He takes that brave position of second slip with the helmet on, standing closer. That's where he normally stands when he is in the game. Right now he is patrolling the deep square leg alongside Mpongwana, who's at deep fine leg. But of course, there has to be protection also on the offside at deep backward point.
We've also seen him for the Proteas under the helmet at forward short leg, which is normally the position reserved for the newest or youngest player. South Africa has had a couple of good fielders under the helmet. Gary Kirsten, Hashim Amla, Temba Bavuma. Wouldn't you like to see somebody like a Marco Janssen under the helmet there?
We've done the gully experiment. Why you want to take it further? Oh,
just for the comedic effect, really.
but imagine you as a batter. There's just an entire wall. You can't play your pull shots. You can't do anything. If you try pedal it, all of a sudden a little jump, you've caught it. I'm not sure if you au fait with basketball, Victor Wembanyama. Tallest of the players.
Tallest of the tall.
Goes down the legs. There's a slight appeal from the South Africans. But a little whiff from Sinclair misses the ball.
It's the second time there's been a half shot from the South Africans. And just before Viljoen bowled that ball, Patterson wiped the brow of his fast bowler and then used it to shine. Something that's not been as common of a feature as it was before the year 2020. This guy's using perhaps sweat or saliva or sunblock to shine the ball. These days, only sweat seems to be permissible. And it also swung the ball too much. You saw it started out the hand on middle and leg and then went down the leg side. The Mootie's doing too much.
Apparently there was something with the sweets as well.
Yeah, Faf du Plessis was guilty of using a lolly. Again, Patterson comes to fetch the sweat of his fast bowler. Some South Africans might be saying loile. He's doing something with it. What magic does he have in the sweat of the brow of Ardis Viljoen?
It has a full delivery that has been pounced through the covers. That's the Mootie. It's in the favour of Sinclair for 4 runs.
That doesn't work out the way that the South African bowlers would have wanted West Indies A Sinclair. Punish that away. The magic sauce, if you will, proving to be beneficial for the West Indies A. Now Patterson having to dry it off completely, because when it went off the field, it went onto the sand under the advertising hoardings.
Oh, scenes! When this happens, that's that talking burliness from Ardis Viljoen that you were talking about when he walked in. And that's the magic of removing the magic.
Yeah, that's a great response. Now there's a bit of a chat between the batter and bowler, having a word with him. South Africa A also dislodging the bails at the striker's end, asking the question, did Patterson, because of that infamous incident in which Johnny Bairstow decided he'd go for a walk and was run out. Drama in the Ashes series that time. But what they'll do now is a head injury assessment test, also known as the ding-dong test. He didn't look comfortable with it, but there's no change in the helmet, which is a stark contrast to what we expect. Perhaps it hit him on the neck rather than on the helmet itself or on the high shoulder. But a great way for Viljoen to finish his 10th over, 2 for 38 thus far, and 118 for 7 after 39. Deficit 156.
Great comeback delivery that from Viljoen after being thrashed through the covers for a glorious 4. Wiped away the sweat, put shine on the ball, bouncing it halfway through the track, cracking the helmet of Sinclair. But here is Joseph, flashing again outside that line of the off stump.
This is a good start by Mhlali Mpongwana. Enticing the shot, the false stroke from Joseph.
Might actually be a good idea here for Sinclair to just calm down Joseph and let him understand what the job is. Here for Shamar Joseph is to just get Sinclair onto strike and relax. If the ball is not going to be threatening a wicket, feel free to let it go.
And why he might feel the inclination to go after it is because he's seen how Mpongwana's bowled it away from the right-handers. And so Mpongwana will just bowl that holding line. It's a straight seam outside that off stump. And then the moment he thinks now is the chance for Joseph to leave, the ball will come in. And that's where he's going to hope to extract his wicket. And Joseph will be mindful of that and rather play at it than leave it and have his off peg bent in the wind here. Yeah,
Just
that's better. That's
keeping
better.
the mind gaps going as well.
That's
Yeah.
much better from him just to shoulders arms.
It's a much better idea as well. I love the fact that the mind games keep continuing, keep working, because now you think that here's Sinclair has given him the idea, like we'd spoken about, just let it go if it's not going to threaten you. And then all of a sudden your idea pops in of Mbongwana just sending it now through the stumps. If you think, okay, now I have to let it go, you're not really familiar with the conditions of batting in this situation, all of a sudden you let it go and it's too late. But Bongwana still keeping it wide. Now there's an added factor of that ball moving drastically away.
And importantly here, with 2 balls remaining in the over, if the in-swinging delivery is going to come, it has to be now. He set him up here away, and very much away for that last delivery. And the in-swinging delivery is what you might expect. And if Mpongwana can get this right, South Africa will be cock-a-hoop.
There it is, David. But just a little bit shorter than what he would have wanted. And it's easily guided away from Shamar Joseph.
Yeah, an exaggerated swing in the delivery prior, but this one, as you said, the length wasn't the right one. He needed to bowl the length that he has throughout the over, and then just getting that one to come into him.
So close to getting it right. The line worked. If we can get it to work right again, because the exaggerated swing in either direction can mess with the batter's decision making, as it's messing with my commentary. Starting down a little bit too straight though. Clyde Fontaine has been put into a lot of work with the ball weaving through the air, but he puts it into a stop. It's 118 with the deficit on 156.
Yeah, Mpongwana again trying too much there. He did all the hard work for the first 4 deliveries, but it was in the last 2 that he let it slip away from him there. For me, he bowled the in-swing in delivery. It hadn't worked. Then you've got to go back, build from the start to make sure that you have that one outside the off stump. Give yourself that opportunity to return. If the match-winning delivery that you're looking for in one ball, you've got to make sure that if it doesn't go right, that's okay. You go back to the start.
And that's what we saw and learned with Dane Patterson and his spells. When Dane Patterson bowls, he sets up his batter. But now the competition here between Hardisvillian and Sinclair continues. Just hitting the pads and rushing. Hitting the thighs, the thigh pad, the hips of Sinclair.
And also the fact that he's kicked it away. There's no threat of it actually going onto his stumps, and that's why Hardisvillian is not impressed. Umpire Arno Jacobs having to intervene here, and I'm in Hardisvillian's corner here.
It was a sharp delivery. Actually, we saw the attitude and feistiness from Sinclair into his game. Send-offs yesterday with his bowling.
In addition to it, he just waves away the big burly fast bowler, and he's just saying, "Don't bother me with that."
This is when we talk about fire in Babylon. This is what it is. The West Indian fire, the West Indian fight, and on top of that, the West Indian skill. Sinclair outright the highest scorer for the West Indians during this series, and now the top scorer right now on 43 is able to deal with the threat of Hardas Viljoen just for now.
Good bit of encouragement from the South Africans, seeing where this is. I wonder, with Deep Square lurking out there on the leg side, could we see one more of those back of a length deliveries and then the bumper? Patterson just whispering in the ear of his South African A teammate.
The thing is, the inclination of Sinclair to actually go ahead and take him on will be there because they are in this battle in this over.
Another one back of a length. It's almost like when you watch rugby union and there's a bit of pushing and shoving, he's grabbing his shirt. Almost that Ibn Etzebeth, Alan Alatoa incident. If you are a rugby union fan, just, you don't talk to me like that, son.
Who are you?
Who do you think you are? Yeah, definitely. Grip his collar and shake him a bit. And I think that's exactly what Hardas Viljoen is trying to do.
Goes straight into the wicket. It's in the slot of Kevin Sinclair, who has the laugh in this fifth ball, smashing it over the mid-on fielder. It trickles onto the boundary for 4.
Yeah, right response here from Sinclair as he trundles towards that half-century milestone. Will Hardas Viljoen be able to reply well? Or will it continue to be the Sinclair show?
Just going a little bit too straight on that one, Hardas Viljoen, targeting middle and leg rather. That's where he should have tried to go because it's been mistimed by Kevin Sinclair. But there's no one at the deep. The ball landing right behind the stumps, right at the boundary. But Dane Patterson brings it back. It's 2 runs. It's 3 runs added rather. It's 123 for the loss of 7.
Getting the exercise in here are these two, and the partnership moves to 10. Swashbuckling is again the word I want to use. Sinclair is a no-fear cricketer. He's somebody that lives the passion of the game, a great love for it. Mpongwana will continue from the Loch Logan end.
And that's why that partnership between him and Johnson would have been so key if they were able to keep it together, because Johnson is exactly the same type of player. And it's exciting stuff for West Indian cricket, seeing 2 youngsters taking the game on, because there's a 10-year difference between Hardas Viljoen and Kevin Sinclair. Sinclair 24 years old, Viljoen 34 years old. Mpongwana, his peer, beating him on the outside edge.
And that's exactly what I called for. Let's get going again into our rhythm. Let's focus and hit the mark. Brunt is trundling over to the bottom of your screen. He just wants to get some of that dust, feel confident in his ability to grip the ball if it does present a catch. But this is what I want from Mpongwana. Away, away, away. And then the 4th one, or perhaps the 5th, is the one that comes back in. Trap the man in front.
And he goes a little bit too straight, David. Sinclair is on the money here, seeing the eye as big as the ball, as big as a balloon, but just not having enough legs. It is a massive boundary, and this is equally a massive innings from Kevin Sinclair, who brings up his half-century in just 65 deliveries.
Yeah, light in a very dark room for the West Indies A batters. He's the only one, barring Johnson, who's made a score of note.
Big boss energy from Kevin Sinclair. See him walk away and just brushing his shoulders. We're seeing, because of that attitude, South Africa trying to compress him and put him under pressure. Tony de Zorzi delivers the helmet to Clyde Fortuin.
Yeah, this is a big decision from Fortuin. He backs himself to keep to Mpongwana up to the stumps. No easy task up to the stumps, but he's been very good up to the stumps. Only in this instant with the slow bowlers, he's really got a stumping in this series. 3 of them, if I'm not mistaken. So no change in the field other than the keeper coming up.
Already starting off with a hard slash, Sinclair looking to put dominance on top of wicketkeeper and Mpongwana as well.
He just caught the outside edge. It was hit hard into the ground. And again, Hamza is able to get his body behind him. He's wringing his hand, is Zubair Hamza. It's intimidating when somebody's running in, steaming into ball, because it's not as if Mpongwana is exactly, a medium pacer. It's not your military medium type bowlers. Slips are in their traditional position.
Shows the confidence of Clyde Fontaine. He plays his cricket down for the Pal Rocks. He is exemplary. He's living and embodying the name of his team here. Wicket keeping with gloves and the heart of a rock.
And courage of a lion here. Boy, oh boy, is he a braver soul than I think I would be.
Lion, wrong team, David.
No, I know he's not a lion, but lions are courageous, aren't they? Only the heart of a lion. But you're right, he has been rock solid behind the stumps.
Mpongwana with 2 to go. He's been hit up into the air. Dane Patterson is under it, swirling under it, and he cups it. That is the dismissal of the brave warrior of the West Indies. Buffalo Soldier has been put to the ground. Kevin Sinclair loses his wicket for 50. And it's a good bowling performance for Mihlali Mpongwana, who finally gets his reward.
Yeah, he finally joins the wicket-taking exploits of his teammates. He gets his first, and South Africa A will be slightly disappointed. Think of those 2 Rwanda Swat drop catches. They could possibly be bowling once again to the West Indies, but with that deficit under 150 now, 149, South Africa could come out to bat once again.
Kevin Sinclair must hold his head high, but he wanted to do a bigger job than this. He was starting to deliver a bigger job than this, because now the problem is with West Indies not having Jaden Seals. They are in effect 9 wickets down.
Yeah, Lewis strides to the wicket as the proverbial number 11. But the way that Sinclair has played here, a fifer and a 50. If you can hear that, that's the loud knocking of Sinclair on the selection door. Wants to be included in the mix for Australia.
He has been the standout performer of the entire series. Throughout both teams, he's just held his head above the water. It brings in now effectively the last batter. Like you said, it's Shimon Lewis. He too got dropped twice when he was bowling, replacing a batter who was also dropped in his quest to his half century. West Indies, though, now have avoided the follow-on, trailing by 149. So that's also a big tick on how good the innings of Sinclair was.
The helmet dispensed with by the South African A team, and the third slip comes in for what you would expect is the number 11.
Comes in attacking the wicket straight, and that's the first overstep of the South African innings.
The first straying from the South Africans in terms of deliveries that are considered illegal according to the laws of the game. And Mihlali Mpongwana, perhaps with the downhill slope and the wind at his back, getting too excited. It's too big of a jump like that of Lewis.
Also, on top of that, the excitement of the wickets you've just received. It's like, yes, and you have 3 slips now. Your captain is really backing you.
Bowling to number 11.
And is attacking the wickets very straight. And he ends his 8th over, a successful one for Mihlali Mpongwana as he dismisses the very dangerous Kevin Sinclair. They trailed by 148 runs with a single wicket left.
Not long now until the drinks break, and you might suspect that the decision to combine the two of them, as we have a bowling change from the pavilion end, Rowan de Swart will take ball in hand, and the dispensing of the drinks break could be combined as the change of innings as well.
Here comes Rowan de Swart. It's going to be the first time he bowls after 42 overs completed. It's going to clean up the tail here in Shamar Joseph, if he can.
Yeah, he'll certainly be hoping for a deep square leg, fine leg out and deep point. 2 slips in place. De Swart, his first opportunity, and he'll want to do the job that you've requested of him, to wrap things up, especially having those 2 drop catches looming large in his mind.
And it's a big heave, playing way inside the line, and also Rowan de Swart starting way outside the line.
At risk of parking a double-decker bus in that gap. There was so much acreage. He's actually probably the reason we have a breeze out here today. That was a huge waft.
I think he was trying to fight the gale force wind with the gale force wind the bat can produce. Hey. But this time being more sensible, both in his attempt to defend, but Rowan de Swart getting it right.
Yeah, much tighter on the line there from De Swart. A little bit of loosener up front. While bowling at Joseph and Lewis, he'll feel like this is now or never with my opportunity to pick up a wicket. You don't necessarily want to be the only one who's left out.
Can he do it in the last 4 balls? Joseph tries to disallow that work. Rowan de Swart also does bowl well to left-handers. Saw how he dismissed Tejenarain Chandapur with a beautiful full delivery which drew the drive to Chandapur and whick edged behind.
There's a nice pairing here of Patterson and Ulafir, just guiding De Swart. And it'll be a shame here if Patterson doesn't get the opportunity to bowl his 5th. He did bowl quite a lengthy spell this morning.
It has honestly slipped my mind that he has taken 4 wickets, because in my head he took the 5 up because he was dropped. Brilliant delivery, and it's Rowan de Swart who did just miss that cup as he dove onto his left, who cost that 5-er.
Yeah, I think if De Swart doesn't take a wicket here, there might be a beverage ode to his teammate Patterson, as he gives the ball a haircut through the umpire's scissors. And a good meeting here between Ulafir and De Swart.
Talking about haircuts, Rowan de Swart unmissable with that mullet, but also unmissable with his statistics. Bats like a gem. And it's just an off day that he's dropped those catches, but in all respect, gets the edge, gets the wicket. That's the respect that he has for his team, that he can do it with the ball, can do it with the bat. And the job has been completed by the captain himself, Neil Brunt, at the slips, as Shamar Joseph has been dismissed.
Yeah, it looks like a bit of a debt paid by making sure he got the wicket. I think he would have been upset with himself. Joseph is gone for a duck, and that will conclude the West Indies innings.
A tough one for the West Indians, 9 wickets down, but in effect 10 because of the loss of Jaden Seals. Injured his shoulder early in the morning, so he cannot bat for the West Indians. But the South Africa must come back now to bat because they failed to avoid the follow-on. Joseph is gone for no run scored after 13 deliveries. South Africa They now take a lead of 100. And my math is not mathing.
Over 100 lead for the South Africans. 126 all out. And Reiner van Tonder and Neil Brunt just jogging off the park. They want to get ready, want to get back on the park. And you might see South Africa approach this second innings of theirs with great gusto. They're going to throw the bat more than perhaps they were, even though they were going at 5 to the over in the first innings. If Bazball was it in the first innings, I'm not quite sure what it would be in the second.
It did cost them a couple of their wickets as they scored 274 runs. So it is a lead of 148 runs. It's a nice lead here for the South Africans as they go have a 10 minutes change up. Just unfortunate Dane Patterson not getting that fifer.
Yeah, I feel sorry for him for that. And also means that we'll avoid the drinks break, as I mentioned. So an opportunity now for the change of innings means a lick of paint on the turf and perhaps the roller as well.
50 runs in the bag for Kevin Sinclair, who did an amazing job. Jordan Johnson tried his best with his 33, which took that total to a very modest 126 for the West Indians. We'll be back in 10 minutes to see if the South Africans can be able to close this off with their second innings.
And a very warm welcome to you. We are back after the change of innings. Second innings in this game is about to get underway. Both teams have batted first, and we often say that when you decide whether or not the selection of batting or bowling first was the right one, you always suggest that you should do so once both sides have had the opportunity to bat on it. And almost a contrasting approach with the South African A batters managing to get 274 in their time at the crease. Conversely, West Indies A were troubled at every moment this morning. At 12-1 when they walked out to bat, you would feel still with 9 wickets in hand that they were able to get there and put pressure on the South Africans. But Dane Patterson had other plans. The opening pair walkout, Reinhard van Tonder, Neil Brunt, South African A captain, wanting to put a mark on this game. 148 lead, and yet there may be a more bludgeoning type of approach here from South Africa A. My name is David Midgley, and alongside me, as has been the case for 2 days and perhaps many more to come, Mpendulo Makubane. Mpesh, your thoughts thus far?
There'll be many more days to come. What South Africa will be hoping is that those days don't happen over the next 2. They'll be looking to close this off as quickly as they can, but there's still a lot of cricket to come, given the fact that tomorrow's weather predictions are also becoming more lenient and in favour for us of having cricket, starting today at 91% for tomorrow, but now they stand at 74%. Might be getting lower, but the chances are that this lead for South Africa will be getting higher.
Yeah, and there's a threat of rain as they get underway. Threat of rain at about 3 o'clock. It's 1:45 local time here in South Africa. And now I'm sure some of our West Indies listeners would have had another cup of coffee and be a little bit more alert to the carnage that has happened this morning.
Dane Patterson, as you spoke about it, coming in, could have had a fifer, but had a fourfer, which was still good enough, and what South Africa all needed. And the best thing for the South African bowlers is that they all take confidence coming into their second innings, having taken wickets, and not just any wickets, good wickets, wickets they worked hard for, and wicket that they planned hard for. The batters now will look to have that same satisfaction with the runs that they score, as they look to set them up for a big lead.
Soft dismissals were the order of the day for the South African batters in their first innings. So if they're going to really put this game in an accelerated mode, knowing that tomorrow could be severely hampered by rain, it has to be a confident approach, and has to be one that they need to bang their fists on the table and demand that this game is theirs to control. Huge shot. Umpire Sipelela Gasa, who's now at the Loch Logan end, is not interested, couldn't be bothered with that appeal from the West Indians.
Team Jordan is always a problem when it comes to the right-handers. That ball jagging back in more often than not, and what separates him from most is his undeniable consistency, and surprisingly becoming much better, or keeping his consistency rather, throughout both innings, which we all know is such a tough thing to do.
Happy to leave that one. It's good, important early here for the South African A batters, just to settle themselves, leave it alone outside that off stump, focus on getting themselves into a good position. Van Tonder, if you will remember, in the first innings, got a start and then just was strangled down the leg side. Frustratingly for himself, he'll be disappointed with the way in which he got out. Brunt on the other end scoring a half century.
And what frustrates Van Tonder more is that he comes from 2 very good innings in the previous match where he scored 50 and then scored 56. So his run tally was starting to grow more and more. And even there, it was soft dismissals. So the fact that this one is an even softer dismissal than those ones, you saw when he lost his wicket, he stood there for a moment just saying, "Oh my God, Reynard, what did you just do?"
Compounded by the fact that he spent so many years here at the Mangaung Oval in the heart of South Africa. Hopefully he'll be able to make amends for the first innings blip. Boy, oh boy, is he in a mood for it. Spanks that away. There is cover out in the deep. And that will be the conclusion of the first. He retains the strike. 2 without loss after 1. And with the game being where it is, a lead of 150. Cape Fox Productions. James King saying, declare with a lead of 200 and have a good day of golf on Friday. I don't know about that. If Thursday wasn't so likely to be impacted by the rain, I might agree with you, James. I might agree with you. 200, 250 here could prove the undoing of the West Indies batters.
Thing is, getting that 100, getting those runs for the South Africans won't come as an easy job. If this man who has the ball continues doing what he did in the first innings, it's Shamar Joseph, who's lightning quick and at times can be a nasty bowler to handle.
Bowled very well from the pavilion end in the first.
A deep cover in right at the beginning of the innings with the ball still fresh, with Reynard van Tonder looking to attack as well. Might just be a little bit more defensive minded than you'd like from Joshua De Silva.
Perhaps being cognizant of his own failings with the bat. It's over pitch, it's whipped away. Leg stump half volley, and Van Tonder gleefully accepts the early Christmas present.
How gorgeous was that? Just leaning into the ball, coming straight into the pads by Shamar Joseph. Not the greatest delivery, but his placement to go past Johnson, who's stationed there at mid-wicket, and it flew in this beautiful carpet of a boundary or field to the boundary.
Yeah, just warming up once again, just loosening up is Joseph. Perhaps feeling like he was a little bit tight in that last delivery, and that's why he's overpitched it. It's not easy coming back to De Silva, wicket keeping, batting, and being in charge of the field. Just agonizingly being squeezed away there. Hands on heads, and as you heard in Pendulo, there was a loud exclamation of "ooh," because that so nearly could have gone on to Van Tonder's stumps.
Nearly chipping it on and being the cause of his own demise on that one. Very loose shot, lazy, just hanging the bat out there. Very good delivery at the same time for Shamar Joseph. It was definitely too near and too tight for him to think of cutting it through.
The pressure that De Silva is feeling here. 158 and still 10 wickets in hand for the South Africans.
And you are actually correct, David, about the fact that there's even more added pressure over the fact that there has been some shortcomings on his own batting. The fact that he couldn't really contribute in lessening the lead that South Africa are carrying now into this innings. And now that he has all of the weight of the bowling completely on his shoulders, is more to that. Now you, as a captain, the importance of having a clear head in order to think and execute your plans is so important.
What it does, though, is it presents an opportunity for the South Africans to add to the misery, compound things, pile on to the stresses that he may have, because if they get off to a good start, these two, and perhaps put 70 or 100 on the board, the eyeballs will be leering into the soul of Joshua De Silva, not only from his teammates as to what he has to do, but also the results that he needs to get.
So it's very important here for the West Indies to put on that fielding pressure. We cannot afford to drop catches. We cannot afford not to dive for boundaries. We cannot afford not to walk in sharply and quickly in order to add pressure to the South Africans. They must do all of those things. As we see the end of over number 2, already South Africa off to a good start at 10.
Yeah, 4 runs and 4 runs again in that over. 2 boundaries off of that last Joseph over.
Their partnership in the first innings was worth 47 runs when Reinhard van Donder lost his wicket.
Yeah, good start for the South African A team in that time. And now, with a couple of prizes being handed out, it's almost that end of year prize giving. Hopefully they can turn this around. It's a much better delivery here to start the new over from Jordan. Good line and length.
And what we've seen throughout the course of the series is Neil Brunt's ability to leave the ball very well outside of his off stump. It's exactly what he did in the first innings as well when he scored those 62 runs. Not known to score his runs quickly, but he showed more impetus in that innings, scoring at around 66 runs to the over, or to the 100.
Works this away onto the onside. Hands on head stuff from Jordan. Akeem Jordan feeling that there was an opportunity to get something, and it was so good from the South Africans. They saw that the man coming down from that fine leg boundary was a little bit casual to pick up the ball, and they were home casually for the second run. Yeah, there was a brief intermission there in play. The physio, the dreadlocked Rasta, if you will, for the West Indies coming out to tend to his Buffalo Soldiers. It was Joshua Da Silva, not really a Buffalo Soldier, getting some extra tape. But we start again in this Jordan over. That's a glorious delivery. Wonderful stuff from him.
Starting off where he left off, did Akeem Jordan, just pitching it outside that off stump, and that's where Neil Brunt shines the best. Value of an opening batter is understanding where you are scoring, and at the beginning of the innings those scoring options are much more minimal than when the innings has drawn on. So here the importance of leaving good deliveries is all that matters.
Quick call again from Van Tonder. The positivity from the South Africans is so infectious. They've asked us to put a mask on. Glorious stuff from the South Africans, making this count, this advantage in this game. The lead 161.
Every single run will be hurting the West Indians here. Their highest score in this tour is 314, and that was in the first innings of the first match. But coming from Buffalo Park, they struggled to reach 200 in either of their innings, just like they did here today. So there's going to be a lot of pressure into the West Indians, because this literally means that whatever South Africa post, they're going to have to bat out of their skin and literally bat like if they've never batted before.
Yeah, this lead already 161, and before the end of the day, if South Africa can get a lead of 260 odd, 270, another 100 runs here before the end of the day, there's still so much time. It's only 2 o'clock. 3.5 hours left, as there's a fielding error at a wideish mid-off. He just bunted that out into the offside, and they're going to get 3, so 2 extra runs gifted here. Bowler is upset, and rightfully he should be, Jordan. It's lazy, it's casual, and it is basic.
And worse off due to the fact that they don't have their main strike bowler in Jaden Seals, who injured his right shoulder. He was trying to dive for the ball at mid-wicket, or on the square rather, at mid-off, and really hurt his shoulder, and he was out, and he's still out. So the fielding needs to be on top, like we just spoke about it 2 overs ago. The fielding pressure needs to be on the South Africans so that they don't feel like these easy ones are freebies. 2 overs ago, they were able to squeeze an extra single through Shanda Paul's misfield at the fine leg, and now it's happening again. this must be anger to Coach Kohli, anger to the West Indian fans who are watching because they expect better of their team.
Yeah, may this motivate the West Indian bowlers for them to come out here and really give it hammer and tong. Fight for every single ball. Become aggressive with the South Africans. Fight fire with fire. Because if you, for a moment, give the South Africans an opportunity, that Protea fire, if you will burn lively, and you'll end up with scorched earth and nothing to do with it.
And the thing is, on top of that, when that fire starts burning, even if it loses its wickets as it scores its runs, it matters not if the opposition can't score runs themselves.
And that's exactly the delivery that he'll want. De Silva having to swing his hips to try and take that at his right side. Although when it began, it was on that line of his left hip. You'll see wicket keepers traditionally will put their left foot in line with the off stump of the batter. And that's why they want to be able to get ready for the catch behind the stumps. Takes the outside edge again. A fielding error allows South Africa to get two. Will they think about it? No, it's just the one. It's a simple error through the hands of the man at gully. It was on the bounce, and we've been like spoiled children, if you will, because of the great work that guys like Zubair Hamza and David Bellingham have done with those deliveries that went on the bounce. And now we're almost entitled children when it comes to good quality cricket. It's been a litany of errors, and it's only the third over of the second innings.
And what's worse off is that this is going to drop the shoulders of more for the West Indians. It's going to drop their shoulders just a bit extra and extra. The little chirps, the whoop, 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 whoop that we were hearing in the first innings suddenly won't come, because extras are not just no balls, it's not just wides. It's those little mistakes that happen in the field that permit those extra runs. So yes, it may read extras 0 for the West Indians, but they've given away 4 or 5 of those runs already.
Simple fielding errors that can be rectified. He comes around the wicket now, does Joseph. A very spread slip cordon. 1 and 2, not nearly as close as you would expect if he were to come over the wicket. And that's because of the nature of coming around the wicket as a right-arm bowler to a left-handed batter. The squareness with which it comes off of the bat, it doesn't fly off fine. It'll hit more of the outside edge of the bat, and that's when it pops up very square. You can see that there's a gap between those two. Confidence will be key to decide who goes.
And that was the type of delivery that ends that over from Shamar Joseph that dismissed Neil Brunt in the first over, in the first innings. He bowled like a charm, Shamar Joseph, and he came back for his spell during the second session, which is the session that we find ourselves in right now, with the lead 165 runs for the South Africans. So he's going to look to continue bowling the ball in those areas when he's coming against Neil Brunt, and with the ball being aided by the wind swinging it away to Neil Brunt, it's going to be something that he's going to look forward to.
Vital here as well for the West Indies to take any opportunities that come, because I wonder if a catch presents itself and it's not taken, how that may continue the poor luck of the West Indians.
And that's why the dropped catches of South Africa hurt, but they didn't hurt us that much. They already had taken 4 wickets into their job, and the 4 top order batters here, they cannot afford that dropped catch. It would really, really hurt, given the fact also that both these batters in the first innings scored 50 runs. So they are in some sort of a good nick, if you may say.
Yeah, Kai Zondo as well, adding his name to the list of batters who performed. Van Tonder perhaps upset with himself with that one. He should have played it a lot straighter. He does the mirror image to try and rectify in his mind with the muscle memory what it should have come out of that shot. And now the umpire Siphelele Gasa retrieving the scissors from the pocket, and maybe there's a stray piece of leather or a bit of seam that has popped its head out.
Next thing we're gonna have Scissorgate. South Africa did the same thing with the scissors.
Cut it out.
One person who mustn't cut it out though is Akeem Jordan in those lines and lengths where he's delivering the ball. Reynard van Tonder will want to go for an attack because he likes scoring runs at a quick rate. You can see he's on 13 from 17 deliveries. The idea here with those wide-ish standing slips, that cutting shot may come to those slip cordons. There's also defense in the form of deep backward point.
Van Tonder will know that with a lead of 165, there's almost that weight off of your shoulders that is different to when you come to the wicket and you have a deficit, or when you start out the first innings fresh. So he'll feel a little bit of ease with how he's going about things here. Brandt is an accumulator, with Van Tonder not necessarily being the aggressor, but he's far more positive in his approach to red ball cricket.
That's what they wanted to do there, just getting that ball to have Van Tonder fend at it outside the off stump. It wouldn't have carried to gully. Mackenzie diving to his right, but the ball still trickles down to the third man boundary.
He just dabbed that one. Fully controlled. A dive from the man in the gully. And that aforementioned fielder out there on the point boundary could only go and retrieve it because it was just hit so well. To Janarayan Chandapal, who will want to quickly erase from his mind his batting performance. A late wicket on day one. And the vacant lot that we've spoken about with square leg allows them to get through for two.
That's the over that comes to the end here. 5 have been gone. South Africa lead by 171 runs. Saw a comment earlier on from James King saying that, 200 will be a good score here for South Africa and take the lead up to 350. Or was it 200 lead, meaning that they must add 29 runs, but taking it to 350 means that they must bat quickly in order to give themselves time to bowl out the West Indians.
Yeah, it's 2 o'clock at the moment. And when we came back from lunch, the weather was suggesting rain in an hour. Now, knowing this area, if it does come from that western side of the ground, you might find yourself very quickly overshadowed by a dark cloud. But that western pavilion off to your left-hand side off of screen, it's a great behemoth of a concrete pavilion. There are 2 people actually sitting in that, right at the top, perhaps out of the wind. But if we look beyond that, there's not much in terms of weather. Still, the weather app is saying to us that 3 o'clock will be the time, the bewitching hour, if you will.
That'll be straight after tea. The players will be hydrated. Unfortunately, it seems like the field as well, which we hope will not be the case.
Somebody may be doing a bit of a rain dance just to try and avoid it, or speaking to the local authority, Mujaji, the rain queen. That's a reference for South African fans only, as we also see Sinclair warming up, so we might have the introduction of spin very early in this innings. Loud shout, he's not out. And then he is out! That was such a long decision from umpire Arno Jacobs. I said he was not out because I thought, well, if you're certain about a nick behind, then you give it away. And that was a bit of an anomaly. Again, somebody feeling aggrieved by umpire Arno Jacobs. Loud shout from the West Indians. And South Africa have lost their first wicket. Brunt has gone for 4.
What a situation. What a situation, because one moment it was the West Indians who felt like they were aggrieved. Then the next moment it was the South Africans who now feel like they are aggrieved. And it is their captain who ends his tour with a score which will not lighten him anymore of 4 runs. He will feel aggrieved. But if he wasn't given out, all the West Indians will have felt aggrieved.
Yeah, rightfully so, but you can feel aggrieved if you like, because if you haven't nicked it, there's nothing there. But umpire Arno Jacobs adamant that South Africa's captain got a feather on that. So that brings his stay at the wicket to the end, and somebody who will want to improve upon his time at the wicket in the first innings, David Bedingham, coming to the crease. We mentioned before this that just 5 runs to his name. He was caught at a square leg region, mistimed pull. And if there is to be an opportunity for him, you would think that this would be at 171 lead, and an opportunity to really just feel comfortable.
And the more advantageous thing here for David Bedingham is that he will have the opportunity of playing in a free and relaxed way. His strike rate is 65, which is pretty neat at an average of 50 runs. It's very neat, if you ask me. So here, it will allow him to just play the best of his game without having to worry much. But the most important thing here, David, will to ensure that he does not throw away his wicket.
Yeah, and often is the case when one falls, another one can so quickly follow on. 2 slips, deep point, gully. Sinclair lurking on the square, a couple of strips away. The first ball now for Bedingham to face. And it's a freebie. Prize giving continues here. It's a leg stump half volley and a gentle welcome to the wicket.
A welcome that any batter would be happy for. A welcome that Shamar Joseph was definitely not looking for. Of course, you want your batter to play in the first ball that he faces, but not like that. The fine leg is pretty square, and that trickled down to that 4. That lead now grows to 175, and the issue here is that all of these runs just hurt and weigh more and more and more to these West Indies.
It's a better follow-up, much better follow-up. With 1 ball left in the 3rd over, it's been an over of wonder. 2 dots, a wicket out caught, a freebie leg stump half volley, and then a really good delivery to follow up with that.
As he continues his career, Shamar Joseph is in his very first year of playing. That's the one thing that he's definitely going to get used to and get in control of, is that consistency of bowling. See now, just getting it wrong, overstepping. So that's what he's going to get right as time continues, because he's a good looking bowler. When he gets it right, he's fierce, he's scary. But in this level of cricket, firstly, the second innings exposes you as a bowler, and then you need to work hard in ensuring that as time goes by, you do become reliable.
You really got to punch through. That's a good punch there, square the wickets. Played that late to pick up a nice single and retain the strike at the end of that one. It's 6 gone, 29 for 1.
Good scoring here from the South Africans, just that they lost that wicket of Neil Brunt through his hands at 1. Umpire took his time. And the thing is, for Neil Brunt, it's normally the deliveries that he would let go. He was also trying to punch at it, but the ball punched back, so that the West Indians, when he lost his wicket for 4 runs, Shimon Lewis, the man who did dismiss David Bedingham, now gets the ball in the very same end in which he dismissed him from, and Kevin Sinclair is standing exactly where he was at that mid-wicket.
Yeah, it's also the same end that he struggled with those no balls. 3 coming in 1 over, 5 for the day for him. But he'll want to put that out of his mind. He'll remember loudly the way in which he dismissed David Bedingham, a real threat to this chase of glory for the South African A team.
You'll also remember the 2 dropped catches that came off his bowling, Lewis.
Just dropping his hands there, making sure gets out of the way of that one. There's nothing worse than being dismissed by a periscope. Drop the head and then suddenly the bat is waving aloft.
It's the normal principle. Let it rather hit your helmet than it hit your glove when you are not in control of it. It's why helmets were invented.
After the abdomen guard. That's a surprise to me. Why not the helmet first? I don't know. Just opens the face of the bat there, does Bedingham to gently guide this away. We were talking this morning about Alan Donald hitting one of the UAE players on the head, and took the opportunity the moment that he didn't have a helmet to throw the short ball in. Patrick Simcox mentioning to Alan Donald in the 1996 game at the World Cup at Rawalpindi that well, he doesn't have a helmet on. Maybe you should ask him what the ball sounds like. Try and hit the side of the head.
And we got to see that in full splendor with Hardus Viljoen getting Sinclair.
Pushing hard at that one, Van Tonder. He almost looked like he was in the wrong place with his feet and then had to reach and try and bunt it away. No real footwork there from him. So a bit of fortune there, but lucky for him.
It's a real thing with the ball hanging in the air longer as a slower bowler, and with the wind being this strong, that it certainly will play its way as it courses to bounce on the pitch. So it's an added test for both Reynard van Tonder and David Bedingham here.
Good effort with that delivery. Really bending his back. Van Tonder not able to use the pace of it at all because there is protection there on the deep point boundary, but not able to get high enough into that one, and perhaps it was a cross-seam delivery and just stuck in the wicket.
It's going to have to be careful here, Reynard van Tonder, because it's mimicking what McAllister was doing to him in his work. Both times he lost his wickets in East London was because of the stickiness and the slowness of the wicket and being exposed to the shorter delivery that he tried to attack.
Good bit of swing away there from the right-handed Van Tonder. And you mentioned the plans that they would have had to execute here. Consistency is going to be the key to it. If you're going to come out here and reduce the lead, because with first innings done for both sides, it's not a small lead that South Africa have. 150 is that mental confidence that they have, that ability to be a little bit more restful in their mind games that they'll play with the West Indies, because they know they're ahead and quite comfortably so.
The game goes beyond just the physical ball, bats and players. It goes into the spirit and into the mind of the players as well as cricketers. Coming into an innings knowing that the average score often fourth innings is normally the lowest, and then all of a sudden the moment you come to bat already, the lead or the deficit that you face coming to bowl is higher than the score that you batted for in the first innings, adds on to that pressure too.
And with pressure comes mistakes, and we've seen that already in this innings. You've got to be on your game immediately. You've got to be mentally switched on. And that's not where we found West Indies A. And a wicket at somewhat of an oxymoron. This struck in front and he's given him. Umpire Arne Jacobs, this time no hesitancy from him. And twice now the West Indians have got a wicket against the run of play. The lead is 178, but it's 2 down for South Africa, 30 on the board.
That is a gorgeous top delivery from Shamar Joseph. That is just out of this world. It is beautiful. The length worked to a T. David Bedingham played on the right line, but the ball jagged back in and creeps into his pads. There was no doubt in the celebration and in the appeal for the West Indians. Shamar Joseph was already where the third man would be by the time umpire Jacobs raised his finger. And that's what we mean when we say that when he gets it right, it is absolutely menacing.
Yeah, the celeb appeal is what you were looking for there. It's something that Vernon Philander was guilty of, and recently a young Gerald Coetzee. He's gone for another disappointing score, David Bedingham. A lot of pressure on him in the media to try and perform. And in this game in particular, after having been selected for the Proteas test group, now having fallen short for scores of 5 and 6 respectively. Zubair Hamza comes to the crease and he's on strike with the umpire who he felt aggrieved him in the first innings. Now an opportunity to make recompense for that first innings dismissal.
It's going to be interesting to see when the SAA squad versus India is going to be announced later on this week, if whether or not Zubair Hamza will feature into that list. He gets yet another chance to make his mark into that New Zealand team on 3 consecutive scores of 30 now. His 2 innings in Benoni were worth 30 runs. His first innings here against the West Indies in Mangaung was also worth 30 runs. David Bedingham will also want to feature in that first game just to get his mind going. But you know what the interesting thing is that sometimes a player will be good when they're about to make that jump and they've already made it there. It goes down, you're thinking, oh man, they're not supposed to be there, only to find that they've already prepped themselves for the very toppest of the game. Where you find those players who have lower first-class averages than their test averages, who have more hundreds in the test match scene than they do in their domestic 4-day leagues. It's going to be interesting to see if David Bedingham will be able to be one of those guys, because his domestic record truly does speak for himself.
There's no doubt in the mind of those who are watching this opportunity arguably be squandered at A level. And whether or not you feel that he was undone by this delivery, the first innings is uncompromisingly a soft dismissal. Not a shot that was necessary for him to go after. And thus is the nature of this level of cricket. You have to take opportunities, and even if you get a rough decision or perhaps a cork over the delivery, when you go out again, you have to take everything that comes your way. It's very different with that glorious delivery when you're facing up to provincial level bowlers who could be a world away from A level or even test level bowlers.
Shamar Joseph is really making his way and knocking hard to be amongst those names in the West Indies lineup going to Australia. The quick, juicy wickets off Australia might suit his work. Shamar Joseph
has bowled an absolutely brilliant delivery. Marvellous. Just a kitten's whisker away from the outside edge of Hamza here. West Indies A have got their tails up. 1-2 wickets, and I said it, often they fall within succession of one another. And you can very quickly find yourself under some severe pressure And that lead could end up being only 230, where it could have been in excess of 300. Again, just tailing back into the right-hander, squeezing him up there. And that will be the end of the over. Scoreboard a little bit behind on our side. They said 3.3 on the board. Nevertheless, our scorecard is up to date. So, end of another over. 8 of them gone in the second innings for South Africa. They won the toss and decided they'll have a bat first. 274 is what they concluded their innings on. West Indies, despite an effort from Joseph and Sinclair, collapsing or crumbling to 126 off of the back of a fiery first spell this morning from Dane Patterson. So the game evenly poised, and with the threat of rain tomorrow, it could go either direction. That was an extra effort delivery to start a new over from Lewis. He really wants to put his effort into that one.
Starting off well, just giving away 1 run in his first over. Now he's going to look to back that up with a consistent barrage of good deliveries. It's going to be a tough task against Reinhard van Tonder, who will look to take him on. Always looks to take whatever he faces on a ground where he made his reputation on, like you said.
Offering favourable conditions for batters here. But there has been something as you see that ball just nip away. Van Tonder getting right across, nearly over the wide line. There has been something for the bowlers on offer here, whether it be the spin of Sinclair, picking up those 5 in the first innings, or Patterson utilising overhead conditions to his benefit. So if you really work for your wickets here, you can really harvest a good yield. But batters seemingly getting themselves out in many instances. Again, that attempted cut stroke, almost a square drive, if you will.
Ball not getting to Reinhard van Tonder like he thinks it will. He's already through the shot by the time the ball comes to him, just indicating much slower nature of the crease. He plays the ball in the same manner that he normally does, but it's just that the timing is a little bit off.
Yeah, as the surface degrades over the next couple of days, that bounce will become more challenging. Especially when the ball does get old. It's still a new ball though, only 8 overs old, so that's why with that last one you'll see that it flies through to wicketkeeper De Silva. But it's not as if it's coming through at hip height.
It's just keeping low. And also, he has that effort delivery, does Shaman Lewis, that will just bring up and surprise you as well. But if he hits hard on a good length, like you said, the pitch does assist him with some sort of movement.
That's a glorious stroke. That's exactly what he wants. He'll get 1 for it though, but that's exactly what he wants in terms of bat on ball and guiding it through the square region on the offside. 1 ball remaining in this Lewis over.
He's going to have it at the back of his mind here, Shaman Lewis, that Zubair Hamza more often than not gets the better of him in terms of this tour so far. Even was the case in the first innings. Of course, was very disgruntled over his dismissal. Zubair Hamza will look to finally convert one of those good juicy starts of 30.
It's a glorious stroke. He even held the pose there, but unfortunately the timing wasn't on his side. That is the end of 9. It's 31 for 2. The 2 wickets to have fallen. Brandt and Bedingham both for single digits.
Reinhard van Tonder just looking good, being the only one who scored at a respectable rate and has given a respectable score. Still, of course, going to be another round of the domestic 4-day series here for South Africa, which may give opportunities to more of these players to get better in terms of their form.
Well, there's rumours that Kagiso Rabada might possibly play a 4-day game for the Lions. The first time, I believe, since 2017 that he's played a first-class game, and that's basically before his debut. I wonder, though, whether it wouldn't be worth having those who you are suggesting should play a round of domestic 4-day cricket for them to enjoy some time against India for the first one.
That's what I keep having in my head, as to see the balance of how they're going to structure the squad, how they're going to use their players. That's what excites me to see. But it would be nice to use that A match as a warm-up, a proper warm-up.
Yeah, Kagiso Rabada has been rested for that one, but somebody who's not getting rest is these South African batters, as they've run 3 here. Phenomenal effort there down in the deep to cut it off. Just putting all his steps in it. It's Abhichai Mansingh, who's been on the field the entire innings this round and most of the previous innings because of the injury of Jaden Seals. So the man is on the field, and surely giving his very best.
How nice it would have been if he had the opportunity to actually come in with his wrist spinners, Abhichai Mansingh, just to try and give the West Indies an extra limb here, because their bowling attack's body has been cut down short by that loss of Jaden Seals. So they are working at a disabled rate here, but they've already taken those 2 wickets.
Pushed quite hard at that, did Zubair Hamza, and I think, as we mentioned for Van Tonder, the ball's not coming onto the bat, sticking a little bit, maybe a bit of a spongy surface, and that's why Zubair Hamza's trying to diminish or get rid of any demons in the surface, flatten it out, and maybe hope for it to quicken up. Still not off the mark. It's going to have to be a patient effort here because of the proficiency with which Joseph is bowling.
And on top of that, in terms of the stickiness of the pitch, Bloemfontein not known for being a moist area. It's quite dry around here. So that doesn't help in keeping moisture into the surface, which will allow it to keep having that nice juice through.
And again, that proficiency with which he has bowled ends a wonderful 5th over from him. He's bowled half of them in this second innings, 34 now for 2.
You know, sometimes you look at the ball, defended like that, bowled like that, and we watch cricket, and it always looks nice when the fast bowler's bowling and the ball zoots past the head. It charges through the shoulder. It's hitting the bat hard on the splice. It's doing all of these magical things. But the respect that a simple delivery that is hitting the top of off stump or hitting the middle of middle stump or hitting that 2 off where the batter has to defend, has to play, and it keeps on coming all the time. That is super frustrating, and that is what you want from your fast bowler, and which is what Shamar Joseph is now doing.
Persistence is exactly what Lewis has done. There's a shot at the striker's end. It was wayward, and now that'll go for 5 runs from them. And it was the right idea to try and put pressure onto the South African batsman. But it was a howler with 2 slips in place. Somebody should have gotten their body behind the ball. And if there ever was a gift, that was it. Wrapped up in a beautiful little bow.
Ayush Senior is saying that they need to apply discipline in their bowling, not bowl half trackers. They also need to apply discipline in their fielding, which has been the biggest letdown here for the West Indians so far. It's the fact that it's not even dropped catches, it's runs, expensive runs. Those were free runs. They don't count as extras, but those are free extra runs that they really could have avoided with more awareness, more reading of what the fielder's going to be doing. Always expect the shy at the stumps.
Pitched up, it's too straight and too full. Hamza will get off the mark here with a lovely little two. Perhaps on any other ground he might have extracted a boundary, but Mangaung Oval is vast open land here. And I won't hear any jokes about Bloemfontein being flat.
The big boy wickets, the big boy ground here. Hitting this ball into those big pavilion stands is a mission, let alone letting the ball go past the boundary. But here it's all in the timing, it's all in the placement, and the outfield will assist you because it's so smooth.
Cut away in front of square. Chandapur, I don't want to accuse him of a TFC award because West Indies haven't batted yet, but it's always rough, like David Bedingham, when you are in the side to bat, you don't contribute with the bat in hand, and then at least with Bedingham he was at the gully region involved in the game, but Chandapur's got a lot of time with his own thoughts.
And it really does eat at you as you keep thinking about it. You have 25 seconds per ball to think about your actions.
And that is a lovely delivery. Good line, good length. Almost reminding me of a type of delivery that Fidel Edwards would bowl. Come hard at you. Glorious to watch with ball in hand, Fidel Edwards. And somewhat of a restart to his career. He was there or thereabouts and then away from the game for a while. But when you see him roughing up gentlemen, Jerome Taylor, Kemar Roach, those kind of fiery fast bowlers, never mind the greats of yesteryear. Another delivery. Van Tonder's upset with himself. And this is exactly what West Indies A will want. They can sniff another wicket here.
You would think that those deliveries are leavable, but they're actually really not. Because they're coming into the body of Reynard van Donder, thinking that, yes, my body's in danger. And then all of a sudden, it moves away from him, moves away from the body, moves away from the bat, making van Donder look like an idiot for a little bit. But that's the value of smart bowling. Very difficult to deal with the wind and with the lengths that Lewis is bowling to.
This one's a bit of an exhale offered to Van Tonder. He'll retain the strike, gets to the other end, and with 11 done in this second innings, it's 43 for 2.
Definitely going to be the final over before tea. 3 minutes until 20 to 3 local South African time. We're going to have a 20 minutes break after this Shamar Joseph over. But who will not have a break is Reynard van Tonder, who faced some juicy deliveries from Shamar Joseph and Shimon Lewis rather. And then now Shamar Joseph, who was bowling and keeping Zubair Hamza tidy and safe, now he has a chance to bowl to the agitated Reynard van Tonder.
Will that pressure remain or will it be released? Joseph's bowled well. 2 for 18. Not bad to start, not bad at all.
He's continuing exactly where he left off. That ball coming back into the right-hander. Reynard van Donder is right on top of the ball, right on top of his task that he needs to do. There's nothing happening on the leg side except for that mid-wicket in Johnson, and the deep fine leg was quite square. Next to the square leg umpire is free land for a couple of singles, especially with the ball turning back in to Van Tonder.
A little bit of a full toss there. He squeezes this out. Wants the second, but Hamza reasonably says, mate, you've struggled enough as it is. You've been under tremendous pressure. Have a rest. Let me watch out for the last four.
And it was a very good call indeed, because one of them would have watched the last four in the change room if they're trying to go for that one. Because they also have just four more balls remaining in order to survive. And then we see the scare come in again.
Trying to cut down on the opportunity for South Africa to get runs, but showing the pitch being abrasive as it is with the dry conditions that we've had over 2 days. Never mind the rain last night. Off the back foot and punched square the wicket.
Zubair Hamza looks to be adjusting to the pace of the wicket slowly and slowly and slowly, because we even saw when he faced Shaman Lewis, when he played that single down to deep point, he waited for the ball. It seemed like it took an age to touch his bat. So now he has the ball coming more into him from Shamal Joseph, but also that abrasiveness of the pitch is the reason why more of these balls are starting to stick.
That one just nipping back in and really giving the opportunity for Sinclair to begin his whooping. We were talking about it being almost eerily quiet without it. And I wonder how long before it gets going again.
Part of the reason why those 5 wickets fell in that final session, those 3 that fell in the second session for the South Africans.
Struck in front, he's given him. Bang! Too good for him. A delivery that was pitched up, swinging in, and it's smashed him on the toe. And with that, we will have the tea interval.
He needed to survive just one more ball, David. Just needed to survive this one, survive the next one, and he'd enjoy a very sweet cup of tea. But now, regardless of how much sugar he puts in there, it won't be sweet enough, or he might not even have that tea at all. Loses his wicket for 30. He was put under pressure in the previous over by Lewis, and now succumbs to it with a beautiful Yorker that moved away from his bat and clattered onto the pads. What did you call Shamar Joseph's celebration?
A celeb appeal, where you don't turn your back to ask the umpire, you just know it. You feel it in your bones.
That's what he did to dismiss Reinhard van Tonder as we head on to tea. It's 45 on the board for South Africa as they have 7 more wickets in hand. They lead by 189 runs. We will see you in 20 minutes when the players are much more hydrated here at Mangaung Oval with the score on 45 for 3.
pulling his bat out there at the last moment, Kazonda, as we once again welcome you back after the tea break. Good snacks here for tea. But will the West Indies continue to feast upon wickets?
We've been feasting on this commentary ever since it came back, only to find out that slight technical difficulties which have now been resolved. Kaya Zondo is currently on strike.
Whipped away again, square the wicket. This time finding the man down there in the deep. 3 slips, hoping to pounce upon anything loose, but when you are bowling a short ball to Kazonda, you've got to make sure that you're maybe a little bit quicker, maybe a little bit more in the offing, out of the surface, because at this point it's very low, very flat, in the sense that there's not much bounce.
The question will be, you're bowling a short ball to what avail? To what plan? To what reason? You have your 3 slips, you have your gully, there's nothing on the leg side except a deep fine leg who's very square. You don't have much of that pace that rushes you like a Hardis Viljoen or a Jaden Seals.
Short, pulled away, and all of that land that's out there, sparsely populated, provides another boundary. And the lead crosses 200. You might, if you are a West Indies A fan, say, you've left so much room out there on the leg side. Why are you bowling short? Mid on, deep backward square, and you're bowling short with 3 slips that have dust on their hands.
It's a very questionable reason, especially not having a mid-wicket there to stop those runs or to actually change those short balls into a catchable deliveries. But maybe trying to make use of the slowness of the surface and the stickiness of the surface. But even there, that's where the mid-wicket is all more important into your setup. No one is the deep to defend it. The lead now grows to 200 because of it. It's 203.
A new Joseph over. Yielding runs immediately. Over-pitched. Lofted up into the air briefly. But that property was abandoned many years ago. And the lead continues to swell.
It's a great shot, that from Zondo. Taking on short extra cover. There's only 2 fielders on the offside. That short extra cover and that mid-off. Placing it perfectly. Like we said, aggressive when he gets into his shots. He gets into his shots. And it flies all the way for 4.
59 now for 3. Much better from Joseph. Straighten that one up.
There are such pestering deliveries, that from Joseph, because of his height as well. They skid on and rush you. It's not making anything easy for the batters due to the fact that now the pitch has slowed down, and like we've discussed, it has gone a bit lower. When we were watching the match yesterday, the wicket keepers were carrying the ball onto their hips, onto their heads. Today, none of that.
Zondo coming across in that instance and pushing it onto the leg side. He was very confident with the first ball of the over, punching it away through the covers. That time, almost like he was in 2 minds, trying to hit that straight, as we see in the shadow batting afterward.
Doesn't want to rush himself here, Kaya Zondo. We understand that he's confident. We understand that he wants to make his imprint, which he has been in this tour so far.
Trapped in front. This time, umpire Arno Jacobs not interested. Perhaps the height being in favour of Kaya Zondo.
You could even see from the appeal from Shamar Joseph. When he's sure, he's sure. Go take a look at the other 2 wickets that he's gotten as LBWs of Bedingham and that of Van Tonder. That one not really into the appeal as much.
No, not exciting for him. No real spark of joy. And a similar type delivery to the one that got rid of Reinhard van Tonder. This time, Kazondo getting bat to ball.
He's unafraid to take those stumps on. And what he's understanding here is that when he's taking it on, he's not putting it in the slot where a Kaya Zondo can feel free to hit it. You can argue and say that the lofted cover drive Zondo played was a risky shot to play. See, now just straying a little bit too straight, wanting it by force. That's what you expect with the last ball, something a little bit different, but nothing different affecting the scoreboard. It ends on 59 for 3.
14 overs gone in this South African A second innings. Lead now 207. It's a market turnaround from the West Indian bowlers. Just the one extra thus far. And that discipline is certainly paying off with the 3 wickets here.
It's the only thing that just letting them down here has been the fielding, giving away around 10 runs in terms of just fumbles and overthrow and lack of intent. So Shimon Lewis, who got a couple of edges running down on this end. One was of Zubair Hamza being dropped.
That one is not going to extract the edge. Bit of a wild delivery there from Lewis. 21 from his 4.1 overs is what he's let slip through the cracks. But an interesting field here. He's got fine leg, or almost a deep backward square who's off the ring. You've got deep point who's off of the boundary rope rather. And then you've got a man who is summarily in no man's land, presumably for the short delivery. That is a mistimed pull that squirts up into the air. 2 slips and a gully. And that one's hammered away. Almost a forehand shot in tennis. They're running hard here, but it'll trickle into safety for the South African A batters to still pick up 3 is brilliant from them. Zondo and Zubair Hamza. No young bucks themselves, but still showing that they've got the fitness in them.
And it was a hard hit shot that from Zubair Hamza, piercing through the fielder's hands, just shaking his hands there, Sinclair. It was hit really hard. Even the stop almost going out for a boundary. Always has a fast, always feels confident when he's facing Lewis. Zondo always feeling confident if he's not facing a spinner in this particular tour. And of course it's going to feel more comfortable if the ball doesn't pitch.
Yeah, certainly it was a bit of a freebie. Surprisingly though that Zondo has not decided to whip that away. With the lead of 210, you might ask the question why he didn't have a full-on go, perhaps concerned about being wrapped on the pads.
Possibly a thing that worries him. Happy to play with a straight face of the bat as well is Zondo. With that open stance of his.
Squeezes that one out. It's very well done. He's had to perhaps extract his old mining license to dig that deep for that delivery, but the wind is blowing into his chest from the right side of the screen to the left, and as such those ones that are hooping in can really present a nasty little gremlin for you to try and deal with.
And it's a tricky situation with this wind here because one moment it's blowing one direction and then the next it's changing its direction to another gustly force.
That one nearly catches the outside edge. A bit of a half celebration from Joshua De Silva. Another wicket here would be marvellous for them. It's just 15 minutes nearly after the tea interval. And if the West Indies A are going to be able to keep the South Africans to something that they can chase, there has to be regular wickets. There has to be a pressure on them. You can't fall into a defensive mode. And this one's tucked away. That'll go fine to the boundary. Good stroke there by Kazondo. And they'll take every single run that comes in that manner, whether or not it be intentional. 7 runs from it. It's 66 for 3.
Talking about being intentional about their jobs, talking about them not being clogged into a box. Kazondo walking down the track against Lewis. He adjusted he adjusted something, and the ball just trickled down to the leg side. Kazondo walking across and up. Flew down for 4. Even your best of wicket keepers can't stop that. Joshua De Silva's not your shortest wicket keeper in the world either. So Lewis guilty again of just giving away a boundary delivery amongst a good over, going at over 5 runs to the over. Not the case with Joseph.
Oh, just beating the bat. That was a marvellous delivery. Lovely stuff from him. Beautiful. C'est magnifique.
Just a Jaffa one. Not one that Zubair Hamza would be kind in facing. Looking to see, hey, what happened down there, because his defences seemed solid. But the bowler giving something that was more concrete.
The intentionality here with which Joseph has been bowling. Plotting the downfall here of the South African batters. And that's the line and length that I'm happy with. Immediately setting off is Zubair Hamza. There was a couple of looks to where the fielder was coming in, because he knew if he got it right, he might be in some serious danger.
See, South Africa, I believe, these two, especially in Hamza and Zondo, is going to need to just see off these gentlemen, because there is no Jaden Seals. The only bowler that the West Indies can turn to after this is Kevin Sinclair, and if need be, Kevin Hodge. South Africa still having Ruan de Swart and Clyde Fortuin to come bat.
That's wayward. Wayward. He bowled so well. And that one just straying away. Perhaps in a brief moment of the wind dying off. So you've got to rectify that. He's only halfway through the over, so that's going to be crucial for him to just fix it in the second half here.
It's not about how you start, it's always about how you end. But the value of a wicket, even in a 20-run over, cleanses all of those boundaries.
20 runs. Wow. That one squared up Zondo, but he played it with soft enough hands that it didn't find an awaiting West Indian. What is the limit for, okay, you got a wicket, but you cost us?
If you're bowling to your plan, imagine you get 4 dry, you get driven.
And then call
through,
it slip.
Through the slip, through cover, through the slip, over the top. You're buying a wicket. You're working on buying that wicket.
Once again, Bale's deciding they'd like to take up parasailing perhaps, or kite flying in this wind. It's a certain risk. A hit on the pads, probably missing the leg stump by some way. And I think that's the important question that you must ask when it comes to how have those runs been scored.
Exactly. The setup, the one that always comes to my mind as recent as the last match is that McAllister to Reinhard van Tonder. Easy pies you'd consider, but those easy pies are what had poison in them to lose the wicket of van Tonder at the time. So one of the young guns coming through, just 25-year-old, the man who plays for the Northwest University Dragons.
Short, hammered away. It's fine though, and so there's somebody there to mop up. And that is the end of that over. 16 gone, 68 for 3. This partnership, 23, still 37 overs scheduled in today's game, or today's play rather. But Sinclair once again warming up just off of the left hand side of your screen. So will we see Spin being introduced? He doesn't have his hat on, so maybe backing himself to get the ball, or maybe just saying to Joshua Da Silva, "Come on, mate, I got 5 in the first. Give me the ball."
Well, with a change in the bowling from one end, you might expect a change in the other end. Just a complete overhaul of the bowling partnerships. It will be Akeem Jordan who'll be coming to bowl. Kevin Sinclair, like you said, he's warming up, the young 24-year-old who had a blinder of a first innings. That 24-year-old mark, one of the younger players, but they have Johnson, who's the youngest of the players around here. Very young team that the West Indies have brought on. But in contrast, if you look at the South African team, average age is 29 years old. Reynard van Tonder, 25 years old, one of the younger ones. Mbongwana is the youngest player at 23. Hardus Viljoen at 34. Pete at 33. Zondo at 34. And you're probably wondering why. Why? How is this possible? Because all the time, the A team is known to be the team for the young upcoming players.
Well, you could argue that the emerging side is where your young players should be, and your A team is where the guys that are just out of the peripheries of your test side. But you're quite right that guys that have already played test cricket and crucially are not involved in the SA20 competition in the new year, that's where they're looking for some of these guys to get involved. And somebody mentioned whether Ryan Rickleton might be included in the SAA side, and I wonder if he will. And why I say that is because he is going to be involved in the SA20 competition for MI Cape Town. And is it worth him being included if this team is essentially building towards going to New Zealand?
See, these are the questions in mind for all of the selectors. Ryan Rickleton will definitely feel hard done. That's what everyone is saying in the circuit, because he has been brilliant over the past 3 seasons with red ball, with white ball as well. And now with the team going to New Zealand, having to be picked from players who are not going to be involved in that SA20 competition, it's as if you want to have a pair. It's as if you'd want to have a pair of preparing the guys who need preparation for India, and then you want to pair them with the guys who need extra preparation for New Zealand. That's how you'd want to compile that SAA team that is going to play. Of course, most of the players won't be available for the second match because some of them will be playing in the Boxing Day test match, but those other gentlemen who will still be available, you'll want to prepare them for the next match in New Zealand.
And crucially, they'll have to be available for New Zealand for you to include them in that second game. Because remember, in that SAA series, it's Potchefstroom for 4 days, then a 3-day game at Tuks Oval, if I'm not mistaken, and it's not with SAA. India are playing India A. It's an internal game for 3 days, and then SAA India A continues at Willamore Park in Benoni.
So even then themselves, the Indians, a couple of days before the match starts, they are prepping themselves to ensure that they are good. South Africa will have the 4-day series coming between the 14th and the 17th of December, the domestic tournament. And then on the 20th, it's going to be... But prior to that match, it will be the SAA versus India tour. So with them already having that preparation prior to the match for that SAA team, starting on the 11th, you want to ensure that your guys, your Keegan Peterson, who's most likely going to be playing, back up his form for the 100. You want to ensure that your guys who might have a chance to bowl, they are also included in that team as well.
I suppose the suggestion that can also be made is pick your full strength test side for that first India A game. Give them the opportunity to really have some fun and test their own strengths, and then on top of it switch between the first and the third game to the side that's going to the New Zealand tour.
It's definitely a suggestion. So all of these cards for Shukri Conrad and all of these selectors to play. So now the question is, when next year does come, the SA20 will be right dead bang into the beginning of their playoffs, as we see an actual bowling change here, like you were talking about.
Yes, Sinclair's been the option for Joshua De Silva. Forward short leg slip in place, as you can see. But there is a long on who's about 3/4. Long off is a long way back. Mid off rather is a long way back. Had such a profound impact in the first innings, and it yet remains to be seen whether he will impact in the second.
There's a huge impact of his performance in this series, Sinclair. The thing is with Sinclair, it's not just about the runs and the stats, it's the manner in which he built them and the type of cricket that he plays. I look at him and I'm like, why can't this chap in a season or two be contracted to one of the big 10 to 20 teams to play as the style of cricket suggests that he plays?
Especially with the concerns that Kazondo's had against spin of recent times. Which is somewhat of a surprise because of the spin-friendly conditions in Durban and the skill of the spinners around him at the Dolphins could only elevate his skill. But they're still struggling with the ball that turns.
The likes of JJ Smuts, the likes of Prenalan, Sobrian, of past Senoran Mutusami.
And when he's available, Keshav Maharaj as well.
The best white ball bowler in the world currently in terms of 50 over cricket is Keshav Maharaj.
Never mind South Africa's best spinner in the red ball stuff.
Leading
wicket taker for spinners, yeah.
Might as well become the greatest South African spinner of all time.
There's certainly a case for it.
And we may say it as an exaggeration, and it may feel far-fetched considering the fact that you play putting someone who still currently playing and still branding his legacy as one of the all-time greats, but he really could be. But that's the end of this over now. Kevin Sinclair, he always runs past his overs, it's so rapid. He goes for a maiden over. It's 69 for the loss of 3.
And we're going to persist with the spin and pace offering to complement one another. How many times in long format cricket has that been the victory for a team in the smallest battles of life? Spin, guile, flight and bounce, pace and sea movement. That one not coming onto Zubair Hamza as quick as he would have liked, or perhaps as quick as he was expecting.
I think it would be much more exciting for Zubair Hamza with the ball coming onto him nicely. You know, when he started off, I thought, he's one of those accumulator guys who takes their time just because of his demeanor on the crease. But he's anything but. He takes you on, and he plays some delicious strokes, and he has wonderful wrists as well, does Zubair Hamza. So the ball coming onto him will definitely work on his favor.
A little bit of a conversation here. Big West Indian fast bowler wants to have a word with Zubair Hamza, who presumably will not be bothered by that all that much. He's a very calm customer at the wicket.
And on top of that, in his domestic side at the Lions, he has one of the calmest batters of all time as his batting coach in Hashim Amla.
Very, very well at adopting a mode of serenity. What an answer for the fast bowler there, who's now coming to have a word down the crease after he's hit it back at him quite hard. And I'm surprised that umpires haven't maybe just said, alright, cool, have a deep breath, you're fine.
This is what it should be about. This is what the fight should be about. So you saw that Harjas Viljoen and Sinclair battle happening earlier on. That was the stuff of legends, but unfortunately it was cut short when Harjas Viljoen was cut from the attack. This one is just starting off. It's just building up.
Driven out hard and a bit of a fumble. That's the man who's been swimming in his thoughts, Tejeneran Chandapal.
He's been involved closer now into the game.
Perhaps he was tired of being forgotten about forlornly out there in the deep.
There's actually, speaking of the deep, there's only one man at deep fine leg. And also a one man on the offside at deep backward point for Zubair Hamza. Plays that cut shot extraordinarily well. Can manipulate the ball with those amazing wrists. But also because of that threat, Johnson is right in front of the square, standing 4 strips away.
Especially with the ball not coming onto the bat, that mistimed or early cut stroke could find the wicket they so desperately want. Long mid wicket going out, and that doesn't matter. You overpitch it, punch down the ground, and Zubair Hamza has the last word. It'll race away to the boundary for 4. The man at mid-on was very, very wide and close in. So a delivery that was wasteful in the opportunity to get something from it is certainly demolished. The lead 221 now, and it's 73 for 3 after 19.
That was a gorgeous on drive. Absolutely beautiful. You saw it coming. It was smelling like it was coming. He played a beautiful off drive straight to Tejeneran Chandapal, who's stationed at mid-off. And this time, Jordan just becoming a little bit fuller and straighter. And we see that extraordinary stroke play from Zubair Hamza. He's now on 17 from 30 deliveries. He faces a task so to pass that 30.
A maiden from the first Sinclair over. Kaizondo now having to test himself, another examination, if you will.
He did well in the first over to preserve his wicket.
And that was reckless from him. Good bit of work there from De Silva to come down the leg side and collect it. Zondo thought for a moment he was going to come down the wicket.
Exactly. That's the game of chicken that is being played here, Sinclair. Reading it very quickly. That's why he threw it down there.
And again, and again, and again. Feeling like there is possibly something to be gotten here.
That's the thing. You won't get much turn or any sort of tricks.
And that's down the leg side. Kicked away. And they declined to do anything.
Didn't offer a shot. Can't take that run.
And that's why.
Can't take that one. I like that rule.
Yeah, especially since in this format, leg side deliveries are not wide. It's been a little bit loose from Sinclair here, hitting Kaizondo on the back of the leg. He's got the energy of a big fast bowler, doesn't Sinclair?
He definitely does it. He breathes it. He has a massive aura backing him. Massive cricketing aura.
Another maiden. So 2 in a row from Sinclair. He's been a little bit loose and got away with 2 deliveries that on another day may have produced runs for the team that he's bowling to. 73 for 3 after 20.
That lead is 221 runs. It looks good for the South Africans. Akeem Jordan, he continues running down the Loch Logan end. Joshua De Silva having to work his men harder than he normally would without his number 1 strike bowling, Jaden Seals, who, remember, hurt his right shoulder.
Just the one slip in place now as the change of operation for West Indies A. And I wonder if you could suspect that there's some element of defensiveness. There's a man at mid-wicket. This time he does find the man at mid-on, unlike the previous over where he hit it dead straight.
This field, talking about its defensiveness, is a third man away from being a standard ODI field, standard 50 over field between overs number 10 and overs number 40, where you have your backward point at the deep, you have your square leg at deep, you have your fine leg at the deep. You're only missing removing one slip and throwing him at third man.
No is the call quickly and loudly. I wonder what the thought process is here. Von, very wide slip. You can just see him right at the bottom right hand corner of your screen. He's just peeping out there between the West Indies A bowling figures and the edge of your screen. And Zubair Hamza is not going to be lured in with the gamesmanship here.
Wickets falling, the slow nature of the surface, the stickiness of the surface as well, making those cross-bat shots extremely risky to play. It's also making them very hard to play as well. We haven't seen many of them go all the way because it just doesn't come onto the bat as much as they'd want to. This partnership now at 28 runs means that the wickets are slowly starting to dry up for the West Indians. They started off so well. Reynard van Donder on 30 because of his scoring rates, which was exceedingly quick. Neil Brunt losing it on 4, Bedingham losing it on 6. But now these two players on 17 and 15 apiece will start to just chip away at the spirits of the West Indians.
It's another bouncer, and it is too wide. So umpire Arno Jacobs saying that's the second one for the over, and too wide. So the strange anomaly that exists currently is that the laws of cricket, according to the MCC or the Marylebone Cricket Club, says that the ball bouncing over the head of a striking batsman is a no ball, but playing conditions at international men's level is a wide. Reminding yourself that it was initially a wide in the laws. They changed it to a no ball to try and stamp out players bowling that delivery to try and get away with perhaps squeezing away than over. But it's a strange one, because why change the law if the playing conditions have no intention of shifting? They both get you an extra run, they both get you another ball. So I'm wondering, perhaps in short format cricket that may come to the fore with free hits. It's a glorious delivery and stifled appeal from the West Indies A bowlers. A thought for perhaps the next over. 21 gone at 74 for 3.
That's why I have this pensive look on my face, because I'm trying to think, in first class cricket, what would be the difference between a wide and a no ball in terms of playing conditions and in terms of scoring conditions? And there's really are none. Like you say, in the white ball format of the game, yes, calling it a no ball or a wide does have a huge effect with the free hit. But when we look at what constitutes a wide, the ball is too far, is out of reach for the batter, it makes sense calling an overhead bouncer a wide delivery.
Yes.
Because it's out of the reach of the batter.
Of the striking batsman, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So the no ball, I understand for the unpitched delivery, which is over waist height. That is not a ball.
And we fully are aware that the ICC provide playing conditions, the MCC provide laws. However, the question I want to ask is, why give somebody the custodianship of the laws if they're not going to consult you about playing conditions? I know that they're separate bodies. I just don't know why, before making the change, the conversation wasn't with the ICC, and they may have been, but it's different from the outside. There may have been a consultative process. Why not say as the MCC, we think that this should be a change that we want to make. Struck in front, loud appeal, but maybe going down the leg side, and that's exactly what the signal is from umpire Arno Jacobs.
Sometimes at times these old school clubs want to keep to their traditions. They don't like to break tradition. It may be 50 degrees at Lord's. You will see the yellow and red blazers with ties.
Bacon and egg ties. Now, I'm for tradition, but I'm also for, let's make sense of what we're doing. If you've done it for the sake of always doing it, then I don't see the value to it. But if there's a meaning behind it, as that one has a great meaning for the South Africans, it means that finally Kaya Zondo is able to score a run off of Sinclair. He'll retain the strike, and after 3 overs of Sinclair's off spin, there's finally a run, and after 22 overs, it's 75 for 3.
Exceedingly slow, in contrast to their first innings, and it has to do also with much better bowling from the West Indians in this particular innings. Much more controlled. Even their wickets, the LBW to Van Tonder, plumb as plumb can be. Excellent length delivered to David Bedingham. It was Shamar Joseph who came in from an angle wide off the crease. The ball was already shaping for the off stump, nabbed inwards and cracked the top of David Beddingham's pads for LBW. Neil Brunt pushed one at hard. After a long time, the umpire decided that he did have a nick.
Could we see another barrage of short pitch bowling and conversational partnership? Just asking his first slip to go a lot finer is Jordan. 0 for 20 from his 6. He begins a new one. Zondo comes across the stumps to try and maybe force Jordan to bowl outside his off stump. Chase him. That's what he wants. But in this instance, Jordan was chasing the stumps.
The thing is, Jordan will continue just hitting that outside the off stump over and over and over again. So it's good awareness here from Kaya Zondo that right at the beginning of the over, he's just looking to destabilize Akeem Jordan, play with his areas. See, as he does so, he shifts again right across, and all of a sudden when he plays that defensive shot, it's no longer defensive shots where he's pushing wide. It's a defensive shots where he's pushing straight into a ball that's coming into him, which avoids that outside edge as much as possible.
And Joshua Da Silva just tinkering with his field here, or querying with his fast bowler if he wants to make a change. Maybe suggesting mid-off be a little bit straighter. Jordan confident in where his chess pieces are. Short and pulled away onto that onside. There's a valiant thought of a dive there, but it just remains a thought because reality is it's 4 runs.
Good shot, but not a good ball. That from Akeem Jordan. Kaya Zondo waits for them the whole day. Then when they come, he will munch them up. And that's the work that he's been doing with the first 2 deliveries. Coming across the wickets, and then still comes across the wickets with Akeem Jordan look to go straight and attack, and just bowls a very questionable delivery. It had nothing behind it, had no pace, had no bounce, not even a good length. Because of that lack of pace as well, Joshua Da Silva, bravery, walks up onto the stumps.
Yeah, like we saw Clyde Fontaine earlier in today's play. Da Silva trying to get under the skin of Kaya Zondo. So mid-wicket comes in place and there's a second slip now. Will this yield the intended result? Got him, has he? No. A bit of a crowd catch. A good take though. It would have come through at a fair lick.
It's an impressive take that from Joshua De Silva. Also, with him coming up and walking up to the stumps, it prevents Kaya Zondo from having his freedom around the crease like he normally did. Very easily, you could be trying to shift across. You have one of your back feet just up in the air. Joshua De Silva is still an international class wicketkeeper. He will take you out.
Quite a big stride across there by Zondo. That right foot normally doesn't move all that much, but rather the left foot comes across to square him upside on, to just get him in the right position.
It's almost a Shandapol like, but for a right-hander, the way he performs his job.
Forward alarm. Similar type cricketer. Somebody who's not that similar to either of those two that we've mentioned. Zubair Hamza. De Silva going back. Stroked away through that offside. You mentioned how good he is, but it's the awareness of De Silva to just make sure he's got the protection out there. The 7th over of Jordan comes to a conclusion. 0 for 26 thus far, and after 23, it's 81 for 3.
You know, this partnership, the way it's going, it feels like this is how the first innings for South Africa should have been. Eventually, after time, it feels like the West Indians don't have that charisma and that energy and that oomph that they normally have. And they did have it when those 3 wickets were falling. But the value of this partnership quickly diminishes an understaffed bowling lineup, because eventually, in a 4-day game, those little missing pieces will start taking their toll.
If you're wondering why we haven't gotten underway with the start of the new over, the 12th man was still lingering on the field, and then when he was nearly off, they decided they'll bring Long On into mid-on. And it's tickled fine, very, very fine. Sinclair hand on head, but that'll go down to the boundary, and it's another boundary.
Trying his best. His best simply wasn't good enough. Zubair Hamza, he climbs onto that one. He's guided down to the legs. The square leg is not really fine, or the fine leg is not really fine. The ball runs down for 4. He also comes in very close, right in front of the umpire, does Kevin Sinclair.
The risk of that is if he has an LBW shot, it may unsight umpire Jacobs. Short, hammered away onto the onside. Not quite timed, but that's the nature of Zubair Hamza. He'll have those moments where he really gives it everything he can. And Sinclair would probably feel that he's in with a shout.
It'd be very interesting to see Sinclair, because he's very comfortable bowling straight, and it's not an easy thing that he's doing, coming in and finishing his action to ensure that he's up, the wicket keeper or the umpire is unsighted. But what I'd like to see is him using the entire range of the crease. Sometimes come wide off the crease, sometimes come as straight as he normally, sometimes dare and come even straighter than he normally does, because he doesn't have that turn. Because this is becoming easy now. These are world-class batters. They'll eventually figure you out.
I would like to see either a round the wicket or a through and around from Sinclair. Let the ball drift with the wind, and then even if it does catch something to turn or straightens on, the angle is certainly then in your favour. Because if you trap somebody in front coming through and around or even round, perhaps you may get the benefit of the doubt from an umpire with regards to LBW, because it's turning in. So if you've you've tossed it up just outside that off stump, as we'll see a prescribed change of bowling. Hodge will begin from the Loch Logan end, double spin, and to finish my point, the angle that he goes, he drifts it across the right hander, and even if it doesn't turn fully, if you trap somebody in front, you might get the wicket.
And thing on top of that, when you're coming through and across, because your body is facing very much away to your target, you're forced to put in extra rotations through your hip, which might add revs onto the ball, which is what induces that drift and hopefully getting the spin. But it's just that Sinclair's not that spinning kind of bowler. But the thing is, what normally takes wickets are those adventurous ideas that are out of the box and out of what of the plans that the batters have had for themselves.
Kavim Hodge. It's a left-arm bowler, but bats right-handed. That one's short and hammered away onto the onside. Goodness me. That's hit one of the advertising hoardings, and on a field that has a square leg boundary of nearly 90 meters, that's gone even further.
Massive hits that from Kaya Zondo, but also a gift from Kevin Hodge. Just getting a little bit of a break in contrast to Sinclair. Here you will see the difference in the quality of the spin bowlers and what makes a true spin bowler good, even if they don't have that turn. Those lines lengths are crucial.
Kazondo now has 3 sixes in this game thus far. And it's not that often that you see sixes in long format cricket, but one guy having all of them. He's darted in there. He knows that the one short delivery that he gave to Kazondo was spontaneously dumped upon the embankment here.
And an interesting fact there, David, with that Kazondo hitting 3 sixes, it's the most sixes ever hit in the Mangaung Oval in an SAA match. 2 was the record.
Kicks the dust because he's disappointed with himself. His Hodge, it was the only delivery that resulted in runs, and with that, we'll have a drink. after a quick drink, there's already drama as Zubair Hamza guides this, nurdles it around the corner, races down to that boundary, and because he's hit it so well, it means that they're able to get 2 runs off the first ball after drinks, and that brings up a 50 partnership for these two. They've batted well, and that coming off of nearly an hour's worth of batting and 81 deliveries.
It's great work from these two. 8 boundaries into this partnership, 7 fours and 1 6. The lead is 243. Interesting to think if, with a lead, can South Africa declare tomorrow morning, if it's possible. With the West Indians thinking that they missed a stumping here from Joshua De Silva.
If I'm a West Indies fan, I'm blaming you. You said he's a world-class keeper. World-class keepers don't make mistakes like that. It's even worse when you're a captain. Salt in the wound. Sinclair is upset with his skipper. Hopefully he can atone for it. Not when you bowl a ball like that and nearly remove the head of the man under the helmet there. Put him at risk at the firing line. Sinclair. The poor the lies. A little bit of extra flight on that one from Sinclair.
The employment of long on here for the right-hander. Also a deep mid-wicket. The ball spinning back in.
That's way too much width there. It's a bit fortuitous there for him, as he had Zondo leering out for that one. And after the drinks break, it's 96 for 3. It's getting very dark here at the Mangaung Oval. The windows that we look out are ever so slightly tinted, but if we open the window even more, you can see that the light is fading. You can see it on your pictures as well, compared to the bright colors that we saw earlier in the day and all of yesterday.
The thing is, in the horizon from where we seated, we can see the blue skies from our left to our right, all around us. It's just hovering over the Mangaung district, hovering over the ground as well. Hopefully the umpires will be lenient in when they take out that light meter.
Hodge continuing from the Loch Logan end, so a pair of spinners, and I think that could be the reason why the umpires haven't really looked at their light meter, because once you make that first decision about light, it must be consistent throughout.
There's been moments where there's been premature calls of what light is, because in the days that follow, you see players are far more comfortable in that darker light. And sometimes that darker light may have a tendency of showing itself much earlier than even the start of the third session, where then you're gonna have an on and off, on and off, on and off.
We're referring to you, Kingsmead. Shot over the head of the long off. That is sailing away. And umpire Sipelelagasa aloft with his arms. Zubair Hamza doesn't want to be left out of the 6 hitting.
What a glorious, glorious stroke. This is Zubair Hamza, who's really starting to become confident as he moves to 26. And as South Africa bring up their 100 runs, it's a glorious stroke to do that. Not an easy shot to hit it over the top, but luckily enough, playing it with the spin and playing it with the wind as well.
The cut stroke from Zubair Hamza means that Kazondo will only have 1 ball to face here.
It's Kevin Hodge who's just let the screws loose a little bit. He'll want to tighten it up because over the years, we've seen the value of the left arm spinner coming and showing their fort.
Just driving that, beating the man in the ring. Long off will come around and mop up. Zondo will retain the strike to begin a new over. And at the end of this one, 27 gone, 104 for 3. The partnership, 59.
In a blink of an eye, we were just talking about our partnership building up piece by piece. And before we knew it, the partnership has gone past 50. It's smiling now because both of these batters look extremely comfortable. And you can also be comfortable with us on 26th when we start that Boxing Day test match between India and South Africa. That whole exciting series between India and South Africa, starting with those T20s.
And then don't forget, as it looks like we're going off that pink day, 17 December at the DP World Wanderers. And we mentioned that light could come into our concerns here. And with still 90 minutes remaining in the day's play, they've offered the batsmen the light.
And that's what we talk about those premature calls, maybe 1.5 hours. But if the players can't see and if the umpires think it's best for their safety, because it is a safety issue, just get them out of the way. But they come out with the score on 104 for the loss of 3. South Africa batting a shade under 4 runs to the over, but it's this partnership from Zubair Hamza and Kaya Zondo, where they are on 33 and 29 respectively, which has grown to 59, which has certainly boosted South Africa from where they had started off losing those early wickets.
The umpire's just quickly taking a light measurement. There is a counter game that's on the embankments here at the Mangaung Oval. One of the parents is sitting under the tree and lobbing it to his youngster who is batting. It looks like one of the Windies players might be actually heading out in that direction. Could be such an important moment for a youngster just to interact with the players. And we hope that the light improves here. But as is often the case, when it's this late in the day, it doesn't always, or hardly ever rather, reverses the way things are going. So,
and on top of that, talking about the fact that tomorrow's weather will become worse gradually, and we saw, judging from yesterday, the later in the day it does become worse. But hopefully it won't be the case here, and we may see a return of the match. We will leave you updated on what the case may be. But as it currently stands at Mangaung Oval in Bloemfontein, it is South Africa A who are batting for the second time. They're on 104 for the loss of 3, leading the West Indies by 252. Because of their exemplarily bowling performance, the South Africans, they were able to restrict West Indies to 126. So we will be back once the umpires deem it clear for us to continue playing, and we will be keeping you updated here on Cricket South Africa's YouTube channel. It's been me, Mpendulo Makubane, and David Mitchley on my side. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Stumps here at Mangaung Oval. You've seen the umpires rip them off the pitch, and you're seeing the groundsmen work on the pitch. To all of you who are still watching us here, thank you so much for sticking on in the hopes that the game was still going to continue. However, we did have an exciting match of cricket here, David.
It was one that produced results for the South African A side. They were able to rip apart the West Indies A side. 126 is what they concluded their innings on. South Africa with a good lead going into day 3. But unfortunately, the numbers are not on their side in terms of weather, with the forecast being about 70% or so, and the rain beginning to fall now here a little bit later than was expected. Initially 3 o'clock was the scheduled start of the rain, but it's now beginning to fall at about a 10 to 5. So not only is bad light hindering play here, but also the rain.
All the factors stopping the match as South Africa lead by 252 runs. They still have 7 wickets in hand, and with tomorrow's rain, it's expected to be at 90%. So we're going to be seeing if we're going to have game time. It will be starting early, so join us at 9:30 for day 3, which is considered as moving day in any first class match. It will be starting earlier, 9:30, on this CSA YouTube stream. From me, Mpendulo Makubane, David Mitchley, who has been absolutely incredible next to me, and to all of you who have been incredible in front of us. Thank you for joining us in today's watch. We will watch more cricket tomorrow at 9:30. Have a good one.